Anyway, yeah, so there's a Mega Man 3 tournament coming up, and so I wanted to make sure that I covered like at least the basics for someone that's like trying to learn the game for the tournament. So I'm going to cover like basically what I would consider like beginner or intermediate strats. I'm going to try to not get bogged down in like the really difficult stuff. But I would say the best resource to learn those type of things is going to be like joining the Classic Mega Man Discord and, you know, asking questions of some of the runners that have, you know, put those type of things in their runs. You can also study the runs of the top players and see the type of strats that are being used, but you know, for tips on like how to execute some of that stuff, like for instance, like the parachute section at the end of Shadow Man stage, like I could easily make one video on that. It covers like all the different techniques and how to deal with certain patterns and stuff like that, and that could probably take 10-15 minutes on its own. So I'm gonna leave that type of stuff out, and I might make another video series specifically for those. I might make a stage-by-stage expert tutorial. I'm not really sure, but for now, like the goal is to just get people like comfortable with the game in time for the tournament, and then, you know, really it's gonna be up to the individual runner to determine like how badly they want to improve with this game, and then there's gonna be resources available, but I would say the best way is to just ask other people who've done it. Anyway, so I'm gonna get started. Like before I get into the stage, like the stages and the routes and stuff like that, I just want to talk about like some of the basic mechanics of the game. What's really unique about the slide in Mega Man 3 is that you can't jump out within the first 8 frames. So like you hear like 2 A button inputs here. That second input should have jumped, but it was within the first 8 frames after I started the slide. So like you have to let the slide travel a little bit before it'll allow you to jump out of it. That's a pretty important thing when you're trying to slide on platforms that are like half of this width. So basically, like from Mega Man's left foot to his right foot, you'll see like single blocks that are about that length. And so like sliding off of one edge of it and jumping off the other is a technique that you'll see in the run, especially as you try to improve your time. There's not really any of those that you need to do in order to speedrun this game, but it is something to be aware of, because especially like in laggy sections, if you panic and like try to slide and jump real quick, like you're just not going to make it. So it's good to know like why your input is getting eaten there. Another really defining characteristic about the slide in Mega Man 3 that you won't see in the other games is how far off the ledge you could actually hang before you can jump. So like I tend to look at like Mega Man's backhand, and it can basically come to the point where it's no longer touching. Like his backhand will come off the ledge for like a frame and you can still jump. But if you look at his backhand, that's just a really good indication of if the hand is touching the ledge, you're good to jump. And so like if you're one that really relies on visual cues, like look at that backhand, and like when it's just about to come off the ledge, that's when you should jump. And you can see like how far I'm hanging off the ledge before I'm jumping. And for that reason, like so when you're sliding off a ledge, so like here, see how far that I come off before I actually start to fall. And so in the section where you want to fall, typically you're going to hop off the ledge like this. You're going to do like a little jump so that you start falling sooner. Because if you just let your slide continue, you're going to go all the way out there before you even start to fall. That said, if you start your slide and like cancel it like that, just turn right in the middle of it, you get something that's pretty close to jumping off the ledge. So like if you're uncomfortable with doing like this tiny little hop like that, I would suggest just doing that type of cancel if you're trying to fall. Yeah, so I think that basically covers what I wanted to talk about the slide, at least for the time being. When we get into the stages and there's something, you know, specific that pops up, we'll talk about it then, but those are like the main things you need to know. I wanted to talk about eaten inputs. So that's something you're going to run into in this game that's very frustrating for newer players, is like, I swear I shot and I didn't have a bullet come out. Okay, yeah, there are things that eat your inputs in this game. And so knowing where they occur is a long way towards, you know, preventing it. Basically, if you know how it's going to happen, just plan your inputs around that. So the main one you'll probably notice at first is when you jump and try to fire on the frame you land. So you see sometimes I'm not getting the shot. On the frame you land, it will not accept a shot input. It'll never eat your jump. Like you can jump again when you land, but on that frame you cannot shoot. And so, you know, if you're falling down and need to like shoot an enemy when you land, either try to shoot right before you land, like that, or wait till you land and then, you know, shoot and slide at the same time or something like that. That's the most common eaten input you're going to see, is that one right there. So don't do that. The second one, and this one's less common because like in a speedrun you're typically always moving, right? Like you're either walking or you're sliding or you're jumping. But there's an eaten input that comes from when you stop walking, like letting go of the D-pad. You see like Mega Man will kind of shuffle his foot when he stops walking. There's something about that animation where he will not fire. So like if you walk and shoot, you can always walk and shoot. If you're stopped, you can shoot. If you're in the air, you can shoot. If you're in the process of stopping, like that, it'll eat your shot. That second input that you're hearing is a shot input. It's getting eaten because I'm doing it like basically the frame after you let go of the D-pad. So like a lot of people where this will come up more often is like in boss fights. Like if you're trying to like manipulate your position just a little bit and fire, you're likely to lose your shot input. For that reason, I tend to always, like if I'm changing direction or anything like that, I try to do shot inputs in the air. Like I'll do like a little, it's like I'm going this way and I'll like do an A plus B, like I'll push A and B at the same time and like turn the D-pad the other way. And you're just never going to lose your shot input because you can always shoot in the air. But yeah, just keep in mind, can't fire on the frame you land, and like as you're shuffling to a stop, if you let go of the D-pad, don't try to fire on the next frame, that won't work. Adding on to what I was just talking about, so this won't eat your shot input, but you'll find another thing a lot of new runners find is they can't shoot in the right direction. They're like, so like I'm walking to the right, I'm going to push left and fire. And it's not happening. I'm firing the wrong direction. And so this doesn't happen in Mega Man 2, and so people that play Mega Man 3 are like, what gives? Like, I'm pushing left, how come I'm not firing to the left? So, now watch carefully when Mega Man turns around. Like, I'm going directly from right to left when I go to the edge. See how long it takes him? So basically, he has like an animation for like stopping and turning around. It takes like 6 frames to actually turn around. And so, now look, I'm just standing still. Now I'm just going to tap left. He turns around instantly. So like if you're standing still, you can turn around instantly, but if you're walking, you can't turn around right away. And so that leads you to a conclusion that if you're fighting a boss, and again, in a speedrun you tend to always be moving, if you're trying to like turn and shoot him while he's behind you, jump. Because in the air, look, you turn right away in the air. So while standing still or in the air, you turn right away, but while not walking, you don't. So, yeah, like, a lot of boss fights, you'll see me, you know, do something like that. And that leads me kind of to the ape. So basically, there's some, like, movement techniques that I use. They're not, like, things that are necessary, but I just find, like, as we go through the stages, you'll probably see me referencing A plus B inputs and bullet slides. And so those are things that I want to cover, so it's not like, because they're common things that I use. So the A plus B input is useful, one, because it's a consistent input, like depending on the type of controller you're using. So I'm using an NES brick, but I used a PS3 controller before, so I'm like pretty comfortable with both the flat button and like the angled button layout. And I find A plus B inputs to be really easy to do on both controllers. So what that means is that you're getting like a consistent input. You know like what you're getting because you're pushing them at the same time. And so like that's something to kind of practice. And so an A plus B input in this regard means that I'm getting this shot on like the first possible like frame after I turn around, because when I'm jumping I'm shooting at the same time. And so a lot of times I'll use A plus B inputs for that. Like anytime I'm trying to turn around and shoot, like always do that. Especially like after, or another example, here let me find an enemy. So like let's say I'm going to run into this enemy, and then I want to like shoot the other way. Rather than like trusting myself to like actually turn on the ground, I'll just do a jump out of it. Because like anytime you take knockback, you have to start walking again, which takes a little while. And so a jump gets you moving right away, and you can change direction right away. So I just find that like those type of inputs just give you more control. Like you have more control of Mega Man in the air. You can do anything you want with him in the air, whereas the ground there's some limitations. So just kind of keep that in mind. Let's see. Okay, bullet slides. So I like bullet slides for a couple reasons. And when I say bullet slide, I mean basically shooting and sliding at the same time. Like on a PS3 controller, what I did was like I kind of slid my thumb from the B button to the A button. Whereas I find on the NES controller, the buttons are so close together, it's kind of better to just like push my thumb onto B and then roll the base of my thumb onto A. And what that does is like you can actually like chain these slides really close together. Like you can see that like I'm barely standing up in between slides, which is really fast. And I'm still getting shots at the enemy. That helps in a couple ways. One, like because like your shot is coming like one frame before your slide, your movement's just better. Like if you have to shoot an enemy 3 times, what's faster? This or whoops. Or that. Like you're walking, you're standing up for less time when you do that than you are if you fire 3 times and move. So it's a minor thing, but because it's faster, it's just a technique I use a lot, and so I'm going to encourage people to use it. So it's something that like I'd recommend that you get comfortable with that type of input, just because I think it's useful in a lot of places. The other reason why something like this is better is because let me do it with, so those drops right there cause lag. So see if you notice the slowdown here. So if you fire 3 shots like separately, like you don't really notice the lag. But if you fire 3, look at that. Like you just want to reduce the number of sprites on the screen. So if you have an enemy that's kind of far away, a lot of times it's better to just shoot him with like individual shots. Now that said, like we're starting to get into like kind of expert territory there rather than like intermediate. But it's good to know like a lot of times this is not hard to do. So if you can do this, it's better. So yeah. Let's see what else. Menus. Okay, so menus are a huge source of frustration for people in this game because they don't really understand how it's laid out. Now here we have a full menu. We're in the Wily stages. And so I'm going to show you how like a full menu operates. Basically, this is pretty much straightforward. You can see like from P, if I go right, I'll go to Gemini. If I go down, I'll go to Needle. A lot of people don't know that if you push up, you'll go to top here. So I like to look at this as basically a menu that is like it's a vertical menu. 1, 2, like let's number it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's basically one of those menus on top. Like the 1, 2, 3 is on top of the 4, 5, 6, and then it wraps around. So like if you're menuing up and down, it will always function that way, no matter how many weapons you have or are missing. If you cycle up and down, it'll go through them in this order. So now what gets complicated is when you start to go right and left when weapons are missing, and I'll show you like on a maybe like on Top Man stage or something where like you're missing weapons and you try to like, let's say Gemini's not there and I try to go right, it will not go to Hardman, it'll go straight to E-Tank. Because the menu's just not designed to go left and right like that. It's really like, it makes much more sense, it'll make much more sense to you in your head if you look at it as a vertical menu where you want a menu up and down. Now sometimes right is faster, so like, let's say I want to go from next to top. What I see a lot of people do is right, right, down, down, 4 inputs. But really what you can do is right up, and then you're there. So, you want to kind of use that menu wrap to your advantage when you're trying to get through things down here. Like the biggest menu you'll have to do is 4 inputs total. So like 1 to change pages, and then like 3 to get to shadow. You can either go right down down or right right up, or something like that. But a lot of people are doing a lot more inputs than they have to. So for instance, let's say someone is going from like top spin to shadow blade. A lot of times they'll go left, left, start, right, right, down, down, like to jet for instance. And that's like way more inputs than you have to do. So you can cut your menuing time down just by kind of understanding how it works. So then the other thing that you might not have noticed or not is that you actually don't have to go to next to change pages. If you push B, this changes pages. So anytime like you're looking for a weapon that's on a different page, you don't have to menu over, just push B and you're good. That's always the fastest way to change pages. Just 1 input. There's no faster way to do it. So, going from Buster to Jet, it's B, right, up, and you're right there. It's like almost the farthest menu you have to do, and it's 3 inputs. So yeah, keep in mind how that works. Again, like when I get to say Top Man stage, we'll explore like when gaps are missing, but menu up and down, you know, and do the, you know, wrap between these ones, and you'll save yourself a lot of headache, and not use accidental E-tanks by like trying to go right from, you know, whatever. Anyway, let's see. I think that pretty much covers the menu. We can kind of talk about like where to menu later. There'll be times where like I'll suggest that you menu in a certain spot, and we'll kind of get into that. But there's usually you have freedom to menu where you want, but there's a lot of places where it makes sense to menu in a certain area, and we'll kind of cover that. Let's see. I want to talk about like the soft locks this game has, just at the top. Like when I get to those stages, I'll show you how to not soft lock there, but I want you to know that they exist, and to seek it out kind of later in the tutorial. Like, so I want to cover it at the top because it's really important. Because it's really frustrating as a new speedrunner to like be on good pace and you get to like a boss and you soft lock there, and like you can't continue the game. You have to reset, and like it's really discouraging. So I'll let you know here where they can happen, and then we'll cover how to not let them happen later. So basically, there's the Hardman refight, there's the Gemini fight and refight, and then there's the Wily 1 boss fight. Those areas you can soft lock the game by doing the fights incorrectly, and so we'll cover that later. I have a question about how early can you buffer a menu input. I didn't talk about menu buffering, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Basically, as soon as I'm gonna open the menu and I'm gonna hold the down button while the menu's loading. You can do it right away. Whoops. Hold on. So it'll actually start moving on its own. You can see that like it doesn't menu very fast, but what you can do is like while you're opening the menu, you can just hold down, and then when it's time for the menu to close, you can just push start again. Like you don't ever actually even have to let go of the down button. You can just hold it while the menu loads. There's a danger in that like there's like 2 frames while the menu's opening that like you can push start, but before it takes your first input that you're buffering. But honestly, you kind of have to feel that out. So you can't buffer the B button to switch pages. B button you have to push as soon as it loads. And like your cue for like when you can push the B is like when basically like when the menu fully comes up from the bottom. Like once it stops, you see it like kind of moves up from the bottom. Once it stops moving, then it'll accept inputs. Sorry, I'm getting another question. Okay, so you're asking if you can buffer while the menu is switching. Yes, it works the same way as when you push start. So like if I push B and I hold right, it just buffered the snake. But again, like you have to make sure you time your start menu press, and you have to just like if you're just gonna hold the button and you're doing a 1 input menu, like rather than like if you have to menu twice, you're always gonna be better off like double tapping because it'll be faster than like letting it scroll down. But if you're doing a 1 menu input, so like let's say I want to go from P to snake, so I can like hold right while the B button menu turn is happening, and then I can just press start as soon as like basically 2 frames after it loads, because if you try to do it on the frame it loads or the second frame it won't work. But that's basically like how you can do your menus quickly. It's not like you don't have to like mash one. Basically, you almost don't even have to time it. You're just timing the start input. So it cuts out like one thing you have to do. Anyway, so let's see. I kind of want to talk about ladders, but there's no ladders here, so I'll probably find one. Let's do that next. Okay, so ladders. Another main, like, really big frustration from people that are starting out this game is like this. You try to drop off the ladder, like you get on the ladder, you push A to drop off, and this happens. So in Mega Man 3, you have to climb down for 3 frames. So there, in order to actually drop off the ladder. Otherwise, if you push A, it'll just bring you right back up to the top. The other thing is you can't, like, while you're climbing, like if you're holding up or down and you push A, nothing will happen. you can't drop off a ladder unless you let go of the D-pad. So basically, you slide on the ladder or walk on the ladder, climb down for just a little bit, let go of the D-pad, just completely let go of it, and then push A. That's what you're doing. It takes some getting used to. Where I see people struggle with this the most is in a very laggy section. So like if there's a lot of slowdown going on, you're used to like maybe this rhythm of, okay, I slid to the wall, I climb down this much, and I go. But if the game is slowing down, you're slowing down, you won't get down as far, and then you push A, and you just pop right back up to the top of the ladder. So just keep it in mind. Like at the end of the first screen of top, you'll notice something like this, and you know, there's other areas as well that like there's a lot of slowdown. So just make sure you go a little bit further than you think you need to. So the Robot Master order, I have a question about that. Like, does it matter? Yeah, it definitely matters. There's 3 main routes that are like competitive, and there's a couple other routes that people do that are comfortable for them. But I'm not gonna cover those here. If you're interested in like needle first, for instance, like there's a couple runs that exist for that. So if you want to copy that, but as a speed route, it's not something I'm going to cover here. Top first, Magnet first, and Gemini first are the 3 routes you see the bulk of runners doing. I'll probably cover that in just a little bit. I want to get through a little bit more mechanical things first, and then we'll talk about like the differences between those routes and choosing the right route for you. So yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. So the next thing I want to talk to you about ladders is, okay, so this covers dropping off them, right? Go down for 3 frames, let go of the D-pad, push A. So now let's assume we're climbing up this ladder. Watch Mega Man at the top of the ladder. If I just climb up and hold right, you see he stops at the top of the ladder. And again, like it takes him about 6 frames to start walking. That's time that's just wasted. So basically, in like most classic Megas, you'll see that like jumping off the ladder and sliding like that, like that's the fastest way to go, because you completely ignore that time where you have to wait for him to start walking. The other thing is you can actually jump off a ladder before you get to the top of it. So like it's hard to really kind of tell, but basically like while he's still climbing, like a couple frames before you get to the top of the ladder, you can actually still jump. So you can like kind of play around with the timing of it, but like while he's still climbing, you can jump. If you do it too early, you'll get that, but it's not a huge deal. But I would always recommend trying to jump off of ladders. If there's an area where jumping off a ladder like kind of puts you in a bad spot to like try to kill an enemy, or it throws off your slide timing, like you can play around with that. It's not a huge deal. It saves a little bit of time, but it's worth doing. On like if you jump off every ladder over the course of the run, like you'll save time. You'll save way more time than you would think. So it's good practice to do it. So the other thing is like if you try to like another reason why you drop off the ladder is that like if you try to slide, you see, you have to get like kind of a distance away from the ladder before it'll let you slide. So like, even after taking a step, like yeah, you won't. You have to get away from the ladder, or else like it'll have you climb down the ladder, or like it won't let you jump basically, or it won't let you slide. So that's another reason to jump off a ladder, is that it gets you some distance from the ladder so that you can slide right away. So yeah, that kind of covers ladders. Another thing about ladders is that if you menu on them, you don't lose your position. So like, a lot of times it kind of makes sense to... Oh, another thing, I'm sorry. So like, let's say I needed to switch to a weapon. Normally, if I have to go down this ladder, I would have to climb down and then let go and then jump. But if I menu here, when I let go of the... when I unpause, it'll automatically let go. So that's basically like a frame-perfect jump input, because I don't have to let go of the D-pad first. And so a lot of times, if all things are equal, like, and you need to go down a ladder anyway, like it makes sense to just menu there and then let yourself drop. Let's see. I kind of want to cover Rush Coil and Jet. So these are really useful tools in the speedrun, and particularly so because like look how big his hitbox is. Actually, let me go to somewhere where you can see a little better. Okay, so this is rush coil. Like as long as my toe is pretty much like, whoops, I shouldn't have done that. Like as long as I'm basically like, if I'm that close to him, I'll launch off him. And on the other side, like, you can like jump off his nose. His hitbox is really big, like really, really big. And so a lot of times, like, this is a minor thing too, but like, when you're waiting on Rush to summon, like, it's just wasted time, typically. But if you're waiting on him to summon, like, you can at least position yourself to jump off, like, the right edge of him. So, just keep in mind how big his hitbox is. The other thing is, and this is a technique we use a couple times, especially, like, in the final fight, you'll see it. You want to be able to, like, you can do, like, the tiniest of A presses, like that. Like, I'm just tapping A. Whoops. So, like, we're just tapping it here, and we get launched. As long as his hitbox is there, you can do like a 1-frame jump, and you'll still hit him. So his hitbox extends pretty far down too. Whereas like a lot of other games, you actually need to land on his back, or you know, you can't land this far out to actually jump off of him. So just keep that in mind. Rush Jet functions the same way. Like, and then the other thing is that, see, Rush Jet actually moves to your position there. So like you want to jump on his nose as well, because like he'll come to you. Whereas, like, if, again, usually when you're summoning Rush, you're waiting for him. So if you jump on his tail, he'll come back to you. And so you'll lose, you know, you'll lose kind of position there. So, yeah, jumping on the dog's nose is just a good way to save, like, a little bit of time. Let's see, the other thing with Rush, and this is something you don't use much, but it's just good to know that it's here. Because, like, let's say you summon him somewhere you don't want to be. Like, I wanted him over here. You could wait for him to go away, which takes forever. You could start and go, you know, summon again, but like, look, when you select Rush Coil, he does like a little animation. It takes a little while to do that too, but if you want to resummon him, oh, he's gone. So basically how you do that is, while you're sliding, you can press start, like as long as you're in the middle of the slide. If you do it when you come out of the slide, that'll happen, and you don't want that. But if you do it during the slide, he'll cancel, no matter where he is, like even if he's still teleporting down like that. This technique is used to reduce lag in a couple places, or to just put Rush in a better spot after you've already summoned him. But it's a good thing to know that you can, like, oh, okay, just cancel it with the start button while sliding, and then summon him again. The other thing with Rush Jet. So Rush Jet, while you're on him, you see it's draining energy fairly rapidly. But if you jump, like, it only uses energy while you're, like, physically standing on him. So like if you're trying to conserve your Rush Jet ammo, and especially as a beginner, you might end up using Rush Jet more than you would like once you've gotten a little bit more comfortable with the platforming in this game. So if you're trying to like make Rush Jet last for like an entire stage and like trying to get through several difficult sections, jumping on him can really help. The other thing is, and you'll see this in certain areas, like if you jump off the top of the screen, a lot of times lag reduction is a really big thing in the speedrun. And so removing Mega Man's sprite from the screen can often help. So, you know, you'll see this technique used in a couple places, and if you're gonna use Rush Jet elsewhere, you'll see that as well. But one other thing to know about that, though, is this game has screen wrap damage. So, like, oh, I'm not gonna be able to show it here, I think. But basically, like, when I'm up here, my hitbox is going to the bottom, and so, like, you see him throwing the block down? That's because he thinks Mega Man is down there. And if there was an enemy, like, right at the bottom of the screen, it'll actually hit me. So, we'll cover that when we get to, like, Doc Needle, because that's where you'll see it. But anyway, that covers, like, most of what I want to talk about Rush. Yeah, the splits are there because I'm too lazy to change my stream layout. But yeah, also to showcase the 33. Alright, let's see. What else mechanically do we want to cover? I guess boss fights, maybe? You know what, I think we can cover, like, how we want to do boss fights, like, when we actually get to the stages, because we'll probably just do each one individually. So yeah, I guess we'll start with picking a route then, because that's probably the next thing. So basically, again, let's get back to title screen. So you got three main routes that you have people run in this game. You have Magnet first, you have Top first, you have Gemini first. The reason why Magnet or Top first is because they take 2 damage from the Buster. They're the only bosses in the game that's true for. The reason for Gemini first is because in the first phase you can actually shoot like both clones alternatingly, and it resets their invincibility frame, so you can do slightly more than 1 damage. Really, the main reason to do Gemini, because it's the slower of the 3 routes, is because this is the hardest stage in the 8 robots by far, and it's the one that'll require the most work. And so doing Gemini Man first makes sense from a perspective of getting the hardest stage behind you and getting a lot of practice at the hardest stage to begin with. So Gemini first is a good route for that reason. It's slower than Magnet. I've estimated at like maybe 3 or 4 seconds. But with the like Magnet Man has the most RNG, and so through bad luck you could end up with these routes being like equal. So it's not a terrible thing to do Gemini first. Top is faster than both. It's probably a good 4 seconds faster than Magnet Man, and then again with the extra randomness brought by Magnet Man, it can be even faster than that. But this stage, this route is, in my opinion, the toughest for beginner. But it does do like 3 of the hardest stages right away. So by grinding this route, you'll get better at the game because you're putting the hardest stuff first. But in order to save time with this route, there's a couple of difficult things you need to do. One, you need to be a pretty good masher because you need to top is a pretty mash heavy stage, and if you come here later with one of the other routes, you'll have a lot of weapons to make it easier. But if you're a good jump masher, this route might be for you. The other reason why Top first is really difficult is because of a section at the end of Shadow Man where you have to make jumps between platforms with falling enemies and top spin, which is everybody's favorite weapon. And so you can do Top first, you can baby this section out, and it'll probably be equal in speed to this one. So like Top first is not a bad route, even for a beginner. But if you also are, like, if you're doing that section slow at the end of Shadow and you're not jump mashing the cats, you're way better off going with Magnet. It's just going to be a faster route for you. So it depends on what your goal is with the game, how far you want to take it, how much you want to work on your mashing, how good your mashing is already. But I wouldn't really recommend this route to someone who isn't comfortable with their mashing. Not that the other routes don't have mashing, they do, but like the time save from this one comes from being able to buster Top Man stage correctly. So I'm going to be covering mostly Magnet first in this tutorial. When we get to a section that is different in one of the other routes, if it's not like really intensive, I might go into it and kind of show you like how it would work. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and get started on Magnet. I guess my recommendation in trying to pick a route is to like try to do some of the screens in these stages that are different, and see like how you feel about it. See how you feel about top spinning the parachutes. See how you feel about bustering the cats. Take a look at the single block section in Gemini. So another thing is the really difficult section in Gemini where everybody dies. You have Rush Marine for it in Top and in Magnet. Rush Marine's slower, but it's very safe if you know what you're doing. And so it eliminates really, like, in Gemini, if you can't do that single block section, it's really scary to open up with that. Like, I've seen in weekly races, people taking 2-3 deaths in Gemini all the time. So yeah. Hold on, I want to catch up on chat a little bit, see if I missed anything. Okay. So yeah, so that's basically it. If you, the only way really to find out the route that's best for you is like probably just to try some of the differences and see what you think. But that's about the best I can explain the differences right now. Okay, so Magnet Man stage. This first screen right away, like if you do three slides in a row, that guy's gonna pick you up, which you don't want. So you have to delay your slides at least somewhat. You can do it like that by doing like 3 kind of slow slides. But if your slide chaining's pretty good, like, you want to at least delay before your 3rd slide, so something like that. So however you want to do that, it's up to you. This guy, I would really recommend killing. There's a way to get underneath him with like really good movement, which I can't do right now, so that's enough of a recommendation to not do that. Yeah, So that's what it looks like with no warm-up. So basically, I would recommend jumping up, sliding, and killing. Just doing that. The reason why is if you try to slide off of this, like, he's gonna grab you. So just jump up and kill him. Slide off everything here. Like, basically, anytime you come up to something, like, anytime you're on the ground, slide. If you get up to a wall, jump, slide. Try to be sliding as much as you possibly can. So kill him, and then just slide, slide, slide. So if you do a tiny jump here, that guy's gonna pick you up and bring you to here, which is what you want. If you try to do a high jump, you're gonna get stuck in the air. So I'm gonna move my save state forward. I said I was gonna move my save state forward, didn't I? So little jump there, and he'll just bring you up. You just hold right. He'll bring you up here. And then again, as soon as you're landing, in this game, like, sliding is about twice as fast as either walking or being in the air. So you want to slide as much as possible. Keeping in mind the whole, like, 8-frame slide thing, like, that we mentioned earlier. Like, trying to do tight jumps like that is usually not going to be worth your effort, because you're going to, a lot of times you'll try to jump out too early and die. So, like, so here what I would recommend is when you get here, just slide off both of these and walk right. Like, if you slide off just these ones and don't try to slide on the bottom, the magnet will actually carry you across. Just like this one picks you up, this guy will carry you right to where you need to be. So, easiest way to do it. There's a faster strat. If you want to mess with it, you jump down and do that. But I would really recommend, as you're starting out, you know, just slide, let him drag you across. So even if you walk, like, if you miss a slide, you're still good there. Here's one. This is the one that will kill the most people. If you try to jump out, he'll grab you, and you'll die. So you see this a lot. So what I recommend is trying to slide from further right, like there, and then jump out very late. Again, keeping in mind what I talked about earlier with, like, how far you can actually, like, look how far I'm coming off this ledge. Like, the entire length of Mega Man is off this ledge, and I can still jump. So, like, don't be afraid to jump out late. Like, the best thing you can do as a new runner is just get comfortable with staying in slides longer. Because a lot of times you, like, want to panic and jump early, and that's going to kill you here every time. So, like, get comfortable letting the slide play out and try to jump towards the end of it. But basically, like, usually I'll land here and do, like, a full jump, and then maybe even walk a step after that, or, like, a half step. And then just jump out late. So don't try to do your slide from there, because that's just not going to work. So slide later and jump later. And then again, same thing here, just slide, jump, slide, jump. I do a little tiny jump there, and, like, let him pick me up and drag me up there. Like that. And then ladder. So I'm not really going to get into, like, the specifics of mashing or the Proto Man fight. Like, everybody's mashing is different. I will say my mashing sucks. So basically, like, a pro masher will try to, like, get really close behind him and, like, try to do, like, these, like, jumps behind him and mash, like, a ton. I'm not good at that. Like, I'm really, really bad at that. So my goal is to stay kind of far from him at first, and just, I can mash B by itself a lot better. And I just got 9 free hits before he even started jumping. That's way easier for me. I find my fights to be more consistent that way. As a beginner, I would probably recommend, like, trying to hug this, either, like, hug the wall over here, and, like, just practice just mashing B, because this is usually the easiest way to mash. But you'll see that, like, by standing there or by standing here, you can, if you mash well, you can usually get, like, 9 hits in before he starts jumping. So we're just gonna assume that type of fight for now. We're gonna do 9 hits, and then jump and mash, just straight up. Just jump and mash as best you can. I used to get, like, 2 hits with this jump mash, because I can't jump mash at all. But basically, when he gets to a certain point before he starts shooting, just go up and with him in rhythm, and just try to shoot as much as you can. Oh, okay, so, sorry, the swag shot. This is important to people, so I guess I should cover it. In the Japanese version, which is what I'm doing, Rockman 3, if you fire right before you land, and the window's not tight, he'll put his arm out like that. It's not faster, it doesn't make your next shot come out any quicker. But in the US version, this will not work. And so a lot of people are like, oh, how come I can't get that, like, swag pose? It's because you can't do it on the US version. Like, no matter how hard you try, you won't get it. So anyway, just mash, jump when he starts to get closer. and then slide under him. So, assuming my mashing is worse, it might look something like this. Something like that. I mean, you don't want to get hit here, though. But, like, use the edge to kind of slide under him. And when I probably had a sub 40 time, and I was still killing him, like, after going around the room, like, two and a half times. So, yeah. I guess I should mention right now that Magnet Man stage, we're going to want to take damage boosts against the boss. So trying to preserve your health in this stage is really important. So, like, try to focus on, like, how to do these rooms without taking damage. And in this fight in particular, just, like, get used to, like, kind of staying close behind him. And then, like, as he gets to the wall, slide under him as he's jumping. Anyway, so that's that. Coming here, you're going to want to kill these enemies. If your mashing is good, you can kill them without stopping. Most people don't. I see pretty much everybody stop there, so like that's totally okay. Just kill him shoot him until he's dead. But you want to be able to beat that missile, so at least practice it. If your sliding is good, you can get rid of the missile. But yeah, basically, like, even if you have to stop, you don't want to take damage from these guys. These guys do 6 damage. You don't want that. I think the missile does, like, 3? Is that 2 or 3? That's 2. So the missile doesn't do much damage at all. If you're going to get hit by the missile, that's okay. Don't get hit by the blobs. Don't slide into them or anything like that. Something like that is fine. Just try to not take damage. So there are health pickups later in this stage. You can replenish up to 8 health. It's kind of weird though. I'll have to show you how to get it. But yeah, if you're gonna take damage, try to take small damage. Just really avoid running into these guys. Make sure they're dead before you continue. They take 8 shots. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 8 shots. Okay, so for this room, like, as much as you want to avoid taking damage, like, you can do it without taking damage, but that's actually not that easy to do. If you can do it, great. Avoiding damage everywhere will mean that you can take an extra damage boost against Magnet at the end, but that's actually not at all easy to do. So I would plan on taking a little bit of damage, being able to take 3 hits against Magnet Man instead of 4, and just take the screen the easy way, and just slide right into there. Like, jump when you land, and just slide into them, and use your invincibility frames to do the rest of the screen. Oh, you know what, there's another mechanic thing that I didn't touch on when it came to the slide. Let me see, let me find a good place to actually demonstrate that. So, when you slide into an enemy, like right at the beginning of the slide, you'll see his slide actually has to finish. He'll keep sliding afterwards. So, keep that in mind that, like, if you slide into an enemy, don't try to slide again right away or you'll jump. Because if you're holding down in this game while trying to slide, if your slide's not over and you're still holding down, it doesn't stop you from jumping. You'll still jump. If you push A while sliding and you're after 8 frames, you're going to jump whether you're holding down or not. So, if you slide into an enemy and your slide's not completed, let it complete before trying to slide again. Okay, so, like, if you mess up the slide like that, just keep jumping and you'll make it. Like, you have enough invincibility frames if you mess this up to just keep going. Like, that's not that bad to do. But either way, just take the hit and use your invincibility frames to get through this. Or, you know, again, if you really want to try to kill him, that's how I do it. Anyway, let's see, what else? So, yeah, we'll go on to the next one. So this screen, I used to do this way. And, like, not even, like, just basically try to kill him from far away. This shot causes lag, but if it helps you to kill these guys by, like, shooting this one, then do so. If your mashing is better, you can just slide here, and, you know, and kill them right up in their face. It's faster that way. But, like, this is not what I was doing. The other thing, I mean, I use okay. So this guy here, I find to be the hardest thing in the room. You can deal with these first guys however you want. It's really going to depend on your mashing, whether you want to try to kill him from further away or from up close. But the last guy, like that's not as easy as it looks. Your jump mashing needs to be decent. If it's decent, you probably won't have trouble with that. I see some people that never fail it. This guy is like the hardest thing in the stage to me, because I have trouble shooting those 3 shots right at the top. So what I did I was a magnet first runner, so like I would do something like that. I would jump up and shoot him twice, and then shoot him on the way up. But it's really up to you, like what you feel more comfortable with. But again, keep in mind that the most important thing you can do in magnet, at least for like as a beginner, is to try to not take damage in the stage. Like the more you avoid damage, the easier the magnet fight will get, and that's going to be like the thing that's probably most likely to ruin you. Like the hardest thing about the magnet first route to me is the magnet fight itself, and so giving yourself more health going into it is going to get you out of this stage more frequently. So yeah. So again, you can fire the helper shot here. You can not slide. Like if you don't slide, just shoot him from back here, and you give yourself a lot more room. Like that's kind of a slow room, but again, it's faster than like if you mess up this room, like it gets really laggy, and then you're slide. Like it's just, I don't know. This is not a room you want to mess up. So like I would do it as safe as you need to, because like this feels awful. Like that gets really bad because like once you get thrown off your rhythm, and then your shots are missing, and then there's just all these sprites on screen, and it's causing lag. You don't want that. So oh, another thing, like in a lot of places, and this is one of them, if you actually, like, let's say, oops, I want to fail to kill this guy by 1 shot, so, a lot of times it's actually faster to kill that guy. Like, the revenge kill kind of looks funny, but if you do it right, like, it's actually faster to turn around and kill him to remove lag, and you can actually still get by that guy. So, yeah, that's about it. Anyway, yeah, this, to me, again, this is the hardest, other than the magnet fight, this is the hardest screen in this stage. So I would put some time into it. I think the proto fight, this room, and the magnet fight are going to be the ones that, like, probably trip newer runners up the most. Okay, so, as Baron mentioned, like, okay, I took damage here. If I drop off the ladder right away and hold left, sometimes you just miss that. And like if you really need the health, you don't want to see that. Because like it just has to do with like how you're falling and subpixel or whatever. Like sometimes you'll get in. I'm not sure if my vertical subpixel will actually change. Okay, so like there, I did the exact same thing, and just by holding left I got in here. But like basically you need to like have less falling speed. Because you don't want to be at max fall speed if you want to guarantee getting in here. So if you climb down, like all the way down to here and jump, you'll get in every time. So like if this health is something that you need, don't try to drop from here because you're kind of risking it. Like in an RTA attempt, sure, because then you can reset if you fail. But if you're doing a race and like you're, oh, I guess you gotta climb down further than that. You know what? Yeah, to be safe, honestly, I would probably just transition the screen down and then jump, because then you definitely won't miss it. Yeah, like that'll put you in the gap every time. I mean, like if you're here, you're probably safe too, but just be careful. You can kind of play around with it, but the further down you climb, like you definitely guarantee it once you're down to a certain spot where you don't reach max fall speed. So like. The absolute way to guarantee it is just transition down, or do it like right before the transition. You'll probably find. This isn't something like I've played around to find like the exact pixel or anything, but like I just know you need to climb down quite a bit. Oh, I guess you could do this. That might be a better way to do it. Okay, so like drop off, hold down as you transition, and then it'll put you in a spot where you can do it. That's probably faster than climbing down. Good call, Casio. If you hold A, like basically, oh, you know what? Holding up's not that bad either. Yeah. So you can hold it either up or down as you transition. If you hold up for too long, obviously you'll climb back up, which you don't want, but same thing if you hold down, you can go down too far, so yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Anyway, we have health, so now we get to the Yoku block section. To be honest, this is really just kind of memory. I do it like this, and then you have to wait that one. A lot of people will do this, they'll wait that one out and go like this. And really, there's no difference, just whatever you're comfortable with. If you don't want to make the extra jump, you can even do that and jump up, but it just goes on a cycle. If you miss one cycle, it cycles back exactly the same. And then, you know, that's all there is to it. I want to say that, like, if you fail, you could always, like, forget exactly how it works, but something like that. Like, you can coil back up here, but I never do that because I don't think it's worth the menu. Like, I just wait for this block. And then okay, so basically when you get to right here, the next section will start. So you want to get to that section, like, as quick as possible. So basically when you land, like, slide right away. Now my way of doing this, like, I jump straight up and then over. But I've seen other people do... So I've seen other people come straight down to here, jump up to here, and then go like that. That's not bad either. And that kind of avoids being tugged on by the magnet. Like, if you stay on the left edge of this block here, like, once you get to, I think there, like the middle of the block. Let me see. Yeah, once you get, like, past the middle of the block, that thing will start tugging you. But if you want to stay on the left edge of it, and then jump, you can make it. That jump you need to be on the right edge of the block to make, but you can skip a whole block cycle. Because what a lot of people will do is, like, they wait, but you don't have to do that. You can skip those two blocks entirely. Basically, okay, these two blocks appear at once, that one appears. I use the audio of, like, the blocks spawning to kind of tell, like, when the next one's gonna appear. So, like, in between the that's when I'll jump to the next one. Anyway, and again, this one you need to be, like, on the right edge of that block. Not the right edge, but the right half of it to make that jump. Okay, so next one. So the next one, you actually, like, you would think you would have to, like, go and mess with this magnet. You actually don't even have to do that. Just wait for these first two to appear, jump across, and you're good. I would just go straight over the top of this puzzle. Because, like, messing around with the magnet over the pit is a sure way to die, and this is just a lot easier. So just do that. Okay, so when you get up here, like, you're already starting this cycle, I think, starts when you get to, like, right here. So once you get up here, okay, once you get up to there, here's what you do. Okay, so if you slide off both of those, you kind of make it so that you'll land on that one if you jump across. If you slide off all three, and I see a lot of people do this, boom, right through. So don't do that. If you want to be slightly faster, you can do, like, a shorter slide on the second one, and I jumped on that, like, right when it appeared. You're wasting, like, a little bit by sliding off these two, but you can see the timing is pretty good. The other thing is, if you, like, accidentally walk off to here, you can just jump right away and you'll make it. So, like, this section is not that scary. That's the scary thing. So, like, let's say you mess up and jump off of this block too early and clip. If you try to do another full jump from this one, you won't make it. So if you see yourself clip, stop. I'll try to, it's hard for me to get it, but I'll try to demonstrate that. Okay, that. It clipped me back when that happened. So basically when I see that happen, I just jump again. Like just straight up to land on the block again and then jump across. Because that clip backwards will kill you if you just try to do your normal strat. Actually, what might even be better is just slide off the top one at first. And that'll give you even more time for that to appear. Like if you just slide off of one, that's way more generous. Like you can jump a lot earlier off of this block and not get clipped. So play around with that. Just you know, kind of realize like what's happening here. But there's a lot of safe ways to get through that. The scariest thing to happen is if you jump off that early. Don't jump off that early. So if you have to slow your movement down, but like I guess I kind of covered visual cue for like jumping off of something while sliding. But like this, so as far as walking off a ledge, like to kind of give you an idea of like how far you can stand on a ledge. The next one will go over, but like half of his back foot could be off the ledge. So if you look at like the front of his back foot, that's usually like a pretty safe place to jump from. Some people work better with visual cues, some people work better with timing or whatever, but look at his, like I look at his back foot, or because his feet are moving and his torso kind of stays the same, a lot of times, like to be honest, like my visual cue is not so specific, but just kind of like where is the middle of Mega Man. And so like if the middle of Mega Man is directly over the right edge of the block, like that's probably when I'm jumping. Anyway, so that's this section. Not much you can do with this section. So I don't even know this strat. Yeah, this strat is too hard. I don't think I can even do it anymore. Okay, it's for the fastest version of Magnet. That like if you want to be able to take 4 hits against Magnet Man, this is a strat that is necessary. And it requires like good movement and good mashing, and I really don't recommend it. Like if you're pushing 34 or 35, like this is a strat you want to work on. But really, I think the best thing to do is just take the 2 damage and just do something like that. Just like jump onto this block, jump, turn around, slide off that one, because you have enough invincibility frames to get by this guy. Like honestly, even if you go the wrong way, you still have enough invincibility frames. Like if you miss the turnaround, like you have time. If you're really slow, like you can get hit again, but I would practice on getting this backwards damage boost and then, you know, just doing that. This isn't that bad. This is like what I would recommend doing. And if your movement is too slow and you get hit twice here, I would practice this until you can do it with 1, because that'll help your movement. Like that's kind of like a basic level of movement you really want to have. Or, you know, if you're worried about not being able to get through, just kill him. But yeah, if you do something like that, that's fine too. But yeah, like best strat for beginners and intermediate, I would say, is just do that. Going into this next screen, so take a damage boost off of that guy. If you go and like damage boost this guy again, he does 6, and you're losing way too much health. You want more health for the fight. Like you want as much health as you can. But if you take 1, then there you go. So basically, Magnet Man does 6 damage if you run into him. You're going to be able to speed up the fight by running into him when he shields. But you want to know like how much health you have. So knowing how much damage everything in the stage kind of does is helpful. So like assuming you collect the health like halfway through the stage, you know you're at full. So if you get hit by the shot from that sprinkler, that does 2, and then the missile does 2. And so that puts you at 24 health, which means you can take 3 hits, but you can't take a 4th one. That means that in addition to those 2 hits, you can take 4 more damage elsewhere. The eyeballs do 4 damage, for instance. So if you get hit by like 1 eyeball, the bullet from the sprinkler, and then that missile at the end, you're still in good shape to take 3 hits here, which is ideal. Like ideally you want 4, but if you can take 3, then that is going to help speed up your fight a lot. So I asked Colonel Fatso, because Fatso has the fastest Magnet fight I've seen. he's gonna make like a separate video on like how to do this fight optimally. I'm just gonna kind of show you how Magnet Man works, how to avoid taking damage from him, and then a couple techniques you can use to speed the fight up. So I'm gonna save here, so maybe I'll get a different pattern. If you shoot right away, you'll hit him. So that shot will always hit him. The next question is, like, where do you want to get the second shot in? Because you can get 2 hits in on this first pass. But if you're here and he like uses a magnet, I wanna kind of get that pattern, because I haven't really, like, Nero would do this opening from this side, and I want to see like what happens when he shields if you're not gonna try to do the shield cancel. So yeah, you can just like walk against this left wall and you're safe. But then it might be harder to hit him because he's running away from you. So like how I would always open the fight is by bullet sliding towards him like this, and then shoot him like this. And then, so basically he has 2 patterns. He can jump and shoot 3 magnets, like this, which is pretty easy to dodge by just standing underneath him. Or he can shield, which this lasts like 4 seconds. So this takes up a lot of time. And so this is why you want to have health in the fight, because if you damage boost him, he comes out of it right away. And then you can shoot him again. And so having health is really helpful for that. There's different techniques for like actually canceling the shield, where you can get more hits in. But the important thing to know is that like the jump is free. You can dodge it by standing underneath him. And then the shield, like if you wait him out, he'll just keep going. And so he does 1 small jump and 1 big jump. It makes the easiest way to dodge him when he's going across is to slide under him when he's doing the big jump. So if you're like kinda like far away from him here, really easy to dodge. Like you can dodge this guy forever. And so just a general recommendation for people that like haven't played Mega Man games, like when you get to a new boss fight, try to play around with just like not taking damage from him. Like just so you kind of get comfortable with his patterns and like how to not get hit. And then you can kind of work on speeding it up. But then that way if something goes wrong, or like you get here with like no health, you're not afraid you're gonna die, because you know like everything you have to do in order to dodge him. Like you could do this for hours and not get hit once. It's a really, really simple pattern. So you can slide under him on that first jump, but I would wait for him to do this first jump and like just kind of get away from him and slide under the big one. So simple as that. So now we're gonna work on like doing damage. So you can get 2 hits in on this first before he does his first action. If he goes up, you can shoot him 1, 2, 3 times. I shoot him basically every time he lands. 1. Don't go forward too soon because that'll happen. But basically, if you shoot him every time he lands on the ground, you'll get 3 hits going across, which is the most you can get. Okay, so here he does the jump. Go to the side. 1, 2, 3. That's kind of what you want to do there. So as far as how to deboost, I would almost kind of recommend not sliding into him, because again, like, your slide has to finish. And so if you just bonk him like that, just do that until you have 6 health or less. And then if he gives you any more shields, you can just wait it out. You can start to kind of get a feel for the timing and like when to shoot. But like the safest way to do it is basically that. Like, just wait him out. But while you have health, because like if you feel comfortable dodging him, yeah, you. Now I'm out of health, and so if he shields again, then I'll stay away from him. But just you can damage boost up until you get to the point where you're 6 health or less. One little like technique I want to show you for getting extra hits in on the damage boost. So if you stand in the right spot, you can kind of like shoot him as he lands, and then you can shoot him again before he starts moving. But there's a faster way to do that, like by jumping into him. That again, if Fatso has his tutorial up, I'll probably link that, and you can kind of check it out. But as far as like for just a basic fight, like being able to beat Magnet Man, have a lot of health coming into this fight, and then just shoot him as he's going across, and then take damage from him. Like, kind of walk into him as he's about to jump. If he jumps, you'll miss him, like that, right? And if he shields, you'll hit him like that. So then, right now I'm going to cover, like, how to finish a boss fight. So you see right here, I'm in the middle. Basically, Mega Man has to walk to the middle after a fight ends. And so, the closer you are to the middle, the shorter he has to walk. And so, if at all possible, when he gets low on health, like here I'm going to kill him from the side. Just kind of show you like what the difference is. Okay, so I killed him over there. Now I have to walk all the way to the center. That's like over a second. So try to finish him from the middle. The other thing when it comes to optimizing boss fights is you want to kill them in the middle too. So I'm going to try to kill him in like the middle of the screen to kind of show you. So the victory fanfare doesn't start until all the bubbles leave the screen. And so if you kill him in the middle, like, all the bubbles will leave at the same time. Whereas if you kill him in the bottom left corner, like the one that tracks to the up right, will take way longer than the other ones, and you'll have to end up waiting longer. So if you can kill a boss in the middle, you want to. It's not worth waiting, though. Like, so optimize the fight so that the boss can be killed in the middle, but, like, don't, like, if the guy's just hanging out in the left, just kill him right away. It's still worth it rather than like letting him come to the center, typically. Now, you can save sometimes a little bit of time if you wait, but to start out with, like, just kill the boss as soon as you can. But I just wanted to explain, like, how that works. So, anyway, that's Magnet. I will probably come back with my, like, top first save states and show a couple of things, like how to do the Magnet fight with Shadow Blade. And I don't know if there's a couple other things. But for now, we'll just continue with Magnet. So we'll go to Hard Man next. So this is a screen I get a lot of questions about. How do you kill all these bees? Because basically, like, just to give you an idea of what happens, like, if all these bees drop on you. Like, this section gets so slow. Like, look how slow this game is moving. This is outrageous, and you don't want this. So, not killing the bees feels awful, which is why I get a lot of questions about it. So, in Magnet first, basically, so you start here. You can menu to Magnet right away. You can menu at any point in the first 3 slides, but for the purpose of this, we'll just menu right away. You want to do 3 full slides. Again, doing that kind of like bullet slide here, like just roll B onto A. If your movement's a little slower, it'll still hit him. That's why I recommend 3, because I've just found that this is like the most consistent, like no matter what your movement is. Like 3, fire, or like even if you're slower, that still works. So now the thing is like after that one, when you jump, fire 2 right away. Oh, don't get stuck. And it'll hit this guy. So that kills the first bee. Pretty simple. 1, 2, 3, fire, jump, shoot 2. Okay, so from here, now you're going to slide off of this ledge. If you slide from here, you'll actually clear it like this. If you slide from here, you'll kind of clip off, which is a little slower, but it's just a minor thing. So basically, the reason why you don't want to clip off is because you're going to try to shoot this guy on the way down, and if you fire like this magnet on the frame you land, it could get eaten. So if you clear it, you have a bigger window to fire. So then I fire 1 on the way down, and same thing, 2 on the way up. So 1, 2, 3, shoot. 2 on the way up, 1 on the way down, 2 on the way up. For this, you can do this, or you can jump all the way up. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so if your slide chain fails, like, or like you screw up, you can despawn the bee. And honestly, that was my casual strat, and it was probably my speedrunning strat for a while until I got comfortable with this. But like, when the bees come, this is probably only like 2 or 3 seconds slower to just despawn them. You can do it with all of the bees. Wait for them to stop, because like, it'll be faster if you just keep sliding until they stop. So there, and then like that, and then this guy, and you're good to go. Really, really easy strat. I would try to recommend, like, I would try to learn the magnet strat if you can, because like if you kill the first two with magnet and then fail the last one, which is the hardest one, it's still faster than doing that. But if you don't feel like, if your magnet misses for whatever reason and you know you're not gonna be able to kill him, just despawn him. Anyway, so we'll go back to, now I want to move forward because like this is the harder one. Like these guys will be easier as your movement gets better. Like it's possible that you'll fail them, but the more you work on it, like as you get faster at doing your slides, faster at doing your jumps, like basically less wasted time in between all your actions, you'll find that gets really easy to do. And again, if you mess up, it's okay. Just you can despawn them. If they drop bees on you, just push through. Don't, like, once the bees are on screen, don't try to slide to despawn those. Just keep going. That's like if the worst happens, like you mess up, just keep going. Like honestly, don't even try to kill that one. Just push through it. It's gonna be slow, but like it's really hard to rescue it, and like all the extra magnets. What I see a lot of people end up doing is like they just fire magnets like crazy, and then they don't have enough for hard man. So like take the 3 or 4 second time loss, like, or whatever it is from the bees dropping on you, even if it's 5. But don't waste your magnets because you're going to want those for hard man. Not having enough magnets for hard man is going to probably end up being a death. Like if you're like not close to having enough. Whereas this is just going to lose you time. The bees don't do that much damage. So don't try to damage control by shooting extra magnets. Okay, so I'm going to save state here. So this last guy, you can't kill this guy with magnets because now if you do so, you won't have enough magnets for hard man. This shooting those 6 magnets leaves you with 8 for hard man. You need 7 to kill him, which allows you to miss one. So you don't want to use any more magnets than that. What I do is basically I'll slide up here and switch to rush coil. Now there's a bunch of different strats you can do. What I found to be the easiest is that. Basically what you're doing is you're summoning coil like right when you land on here. You're walking a little bit to get past the bee spawn trigger. So like basically he'll spawn right there. Like right as you pass that. Like once maybe his front foot is at this little divot, that's when he'll appear. So like the reason why it's important to know that is if you summon rush coil here and like jump before that, you'll bonk into him. So you kind of want to let him pass overhead. Like wait till you get past his trigger. But this will get easier if you make a small jump onto rush jet, or onto rush coil. If you do a big old dumb jump like this, you might be too slow. So like try to keep your jump onto him small. And try to shoot like 2 shots on the way up and maybe even two on the way down. He only takes 3 hits. So like 2 on the way up and 1 on the way down is fine. But the thing is like if you try to mash, like you can get it, but you can only have 2 so normally you can have 3 bullets on the screen in Mega Man. With Rush equipped, you can only have 2 out. And so like missing one means that like any other shot you fire, you won't really be able to mash it because only 1 shot will be able to be on screen at once. So like here, like accuracy is more important than speed with this strat. Now if you're feeling a little bold and you feel like you're, you know, pretty okay masher and your movement's pretty good and like you feel like graduating up to the next strat, you can do something like that where you coil across. You can actually do it with a full A plus B jump from here, but I find that to be, for me, a little less consistent. Some people have found it easier to do A plus B, but honestly, I like just doing an A, like, whoops. I like doing like a small jump out of the slide, and then like a tiny jump on a rush, and then just kind of like mashing towards the top. And then there's the really super pro strat of like sliding twice here. Whoops. See, that's why you don't do pro strats. And then you can actually coil all the way across and land up here. So that one's tough. This one is the easiest and something I'd recommend starting with. Oops. So that's what happened. So I fired 2 shots above his head there by mashing. and you don't want to do that. You want to really try to time it. And then, if you feel like graduating, like that's kind of the intermediate strat. So, anyway, no matter what you do, figure out a way to kill this guy, because you'll feel really good about it. Anyway, the movement here is, I mean, I don't really, I guess it's not super important to get into like kind of the specifics of the movement, but basically just, if you try to slide off of every platform you can, like your movement, that's good enough. There's like little optimizations that I'll probably cover in like later tutorials. Basically, like anytime you hit a flat surface and you don't need to kill something, just slide. Here, oh, so something about slides also is slides never take you all the way to the wall. So like this is my slide, it stops here. And so if I try to jump right away when my slide ends, I'm gonna bonk that. So walk a little bit after you finish your slide, and you'll get up here. As far as like when to grab a ladder, like if you grab here, it's kind of slow, and if you wait like that, it's kind of slow also. Try to do it like on the way up, like before you reach the top, but not right away. So there's actually a pretty lenient window for grabbing a ladder that's all basically the same, but your jump slows when you get towards the top. So like try to grab it like before you reach the top. Anyway, here, as always, we want to jump off the ladder and then slide and get to here. So this room coming up, we still have rush coil equipped, which we need for here. I jump off the ladder, and like while I'm in the air, I kind of like roll A onto B, and that summons him. So the point, like I can still get on him. If you summon him like say while climbing the ladder, like you can't get on him, and that's bad. So you want to wait until like after you jump to summon him. And then what I do is I kind of like hug this wall and then just fall straight down. So like if I don't jump off the ladder, this is what happens. And then I have to like cancel him. Like I mentioned earlier, where you can cancel him by pushing start. Like if he's underneath the ledge, that's what you want to do. But if you jump off and summon him, basically after you move off the ladder, he'll be right there. And then because you can jump on his nose, you can kind of just like push up against this wall while you're jumping and then just let go, and you'll just go straight up. So something like that. So here I'm going to slide when I land into him. Keep in mind, like now his slide is going to finish. So like if you try to slide again, like right after, like I'm going to slide right here, you jump. You don't want that. So keep in mind that like your slide needs to finish. So I wait a little bit and then slide again and jump. So like slide, wait a little bit, slide, jump. Why am I not jumping? And then just jump up here. So next room, had a lot of questions about this one too. So this strat is pretty hard, especially if you can't mash. Like that's the fastest way to do it. You want to be able to kill the guy, but it's 8 shots and it takes quite a bit of mashing to kill him. And like going down these steps and like jumping from the right spot, like none of that is really easy. So like it's not the worst thing in the world if like you just get down here, let him fall, and do the same with this. Like you can tell why we kill him because like it's laggy. Like that's definitely laggy. But it'll get you past this room without bonking if you just, and like again, at the end of this stage, we're gonna want to take a damage boost from Hardman to make that fight faster. So our goal here is to kind of just like avoid taking damage. And so something like that is totally fine. Now, something that was discovered is if you shoot these guys exactly 4 times, so like, I guess the best way to do it would be, he goes right back up, and then he doesn't follow you. So like, that's the thing to keep in mind, is that shooting him 4 times will actually make him retreat back to the ceiling. And then you can continue on in peace. So that works with any monkey. There, that 4th shot sent him back up. It's really weird. They do eventually come back down, but it gives you some time. But if you're not going to try for this strat, oops, like to try to actually kill him, I would recommend just baiting him out by getting close to him. Like if you get right before him, and then just turn away slightly, and then as he jumps over, you just start sliding again, like that, and then same thing there. and then summon coil. So this is the easiest screen in the game. Just hold up. There are harder strats where you can like coil up, but they're so stupid that I can't do them. So summon rush there just to keep that guy company as you're climbing. Tell him to say hello, and then just keep climbing. Okay, this one, my old strat here is just something like this, where you dodge dodge him, just slide, and then I do the little jump. I don't know, I always like jumping when I'm changing directions. So like I get close to him and then like jump away and then slide. But like honestly, if you do a full slide and then walk away, you'll still be able to get past him. Just if you're slow, like you see he can catch up to you. So like you want to kind of time your inputs like for jumping on this coil. Like as he's starting to come down, you want to already be like jumping. Or, like I mentioned earlier, if you like are really good at like tapping A lightly, just do that. If you tap A like after he's already summoned, he'll launch you right away. And that's maybe sometimes easier than trying to like time a jump on him for like right when he lands. So it just depends on like what you're good at, but something like that is fine. The faster strat here involves basically doing that, but I'll cover that in a later video because that's not easy to do. It requires good movement. So actually, I'm gonna take the damage though and just assume we're at like a lower health going into this screen. This screen's a little tricky too. So I'm trying to think in this route. So I just hate killing the dozers, and this is slow, but you can coil over that guy. I don't know if that's really what you want to do. Like, you probably want to practice on trying to kill him, but if you just really hate killing dozers, like, you can do something like that. And, like, even if your mashing's bad, if you just start trying to kill these guys early, like, you have, like, 3 full jumps to try to kill him. The actual strat is to switch to Buster here and try to shoot this guy while falling. But you can see, like, how easy it is to fail that. Something like that, but you know, there's no shame in coiling over him. Like I said, I used to do this, and then switch to Buster and just like shoot him from further away. Something about the dozers, their hitboxes suck. Like, you can shoot from the same height, and like sometimes it'll hit and sometimes it won't. I have some theories on why that is, but really, I would just plan on like shooting more shots than you need to. And just make sure they die, because they do like 6 damage, and if you bonk 2 of them, then like you're gonna be starting to run low on health. This is cool because like the faster route here has a free E-tank, and so that's awesome. You get an E-tank in stage 2. You want to try to save it for the Doc Robots. Like that's gonna be the hardest part of the run, but you have an E-tank if you need it, and you have it like right toward the beginning of the game, which is good. But anyway, yeah. If you want to start making the dozers a little faster, like if you can kill them in one jump, great. If you can shoot them from closer, a lot of times that's less laggy than the bullets traveling all the way across the screen, but it's not. Those are small considerations right now. This screen's pretty simple. Jump off the ladder, and then just bullet slide. Shoot, and then slide. Your slide will make him open up. If you like shoot right away without sliding, it'll do that. But if you slide towards him, he'll open up like right as the bullet's getting there. So I do it like after the jump off the ladder. So jump, shoot, slide. This screen here, as long as you're fast, like I didn't know this as a kid, because like I always got hit here. But like as long as you're fast, you can outrun the bees there. So just slide, slide, and then the real important part in like trying to not get hit by the bees here is that jump and that slide. If you do those quickly, then you won't get hit here. Oops. And so that's good. Like if you can avoid damage here, that means your movements is starting to be decent. So anytime you have a platform of this length, you can actually slide twice on this and still. Oops. You can slide twice on it and still jump out like that. That's kind of tight to do. There's a lot of them in the run, and so like as your movement gets better, you'll start to do those things. But at first, you probably won't be able to do it at all because it kind of just, you have to get really comfortable with like how long your slide length is, and then like how long you get stuck in the slide before you're allowed to jump out of it. So at first, probably you might try for it, but you'll just do 2 slides on there, you'll fall, you'll jump up, and as long as you're fast, you'll still beat the bees. So yeah. Let me try to get a better setup for this fight. There's a lot of different ways to do this proto fight. Again, like Oh, so that's a subpixel slide. If you ever see that, and wondering why that happens, where like sometimes you'll just like slide all the way across like that, it basically means that you have a subpixel, which you'll see like maybe 1 out of 5 times, and it'll allow you to actually like slide all the way across. But it's not something you can predict or count on. It's just something that sort of happens when you slide from the right spot. But if it happens, don't freak out. Like, it's a normal thing. It's just like a little bit uncommon. Anyway, so like the other proto fight, so you can actually, rather than fall down, actually that might be the better way. So if you just do 1 slide and then jump across and then slide, you'll probably find that a little easier than jumping out of the pit. So like, jump across and slide. That's actually probably better than than doing 2 slides and falling in the pit. So yeah, do that. If you want to try to do the double slides across, great. But if you want to just be safe, do 1 slide and jump. Anyway, we'll go on to the proto fight. Sorry. Okay, so some people start from like down here. Personally, I just hold left. I want to get as close as possible. If you mash 3 shots at the start of the fight, those 3 all hit. If you do it right, like if your mashing is decent or like your timing is good, like those 3 shots will all hit. If 2 of them hit, that's fine. But basically, so I'll fire these 3 shots, and then I'll jump up and start mashing from like right here. So something to know about this fight, like I'm not going to fire here, I'm just going to go here. Like those shots will go over you. He won't start shooting close enough to hit you if you stand like right here. And then the same goes for over here. So if you're trying to just avoid damage and stand on like the edge of these platforms and slide under him, you'll never take damage from him. This is like the best way to casually like to avoid damage from Proto Man. Really, really, really easy to do. Anyway, so basically I'll go to that magic spot right here, start mashing, and then go under him, and then I'll kind of follow him. If you're trying to avoid damage when he's coming back, there's a couple ways to do that. You can either slide under him or jump over him. But I would recommend going down and sliding under him. Or, let me see. Sorry, I have a different fight here now, so I'm trying to remember what I used to do. Yeah, so like as he jumps from here to here, like you can slide under him pretty easy. And then the same thing over here, like if you just follow him into the corner and mash, and then like as he jumps from the bottom, do that. That's the kind of rhythm you'll get into. Yeah, my timing sucks for that. If you get hit by him, it's really fine. You can go and like collect this health here, or you can do like there's a damageless hardman fight you can do. But I'll show you how to tell if you have enough health to do the proper hardman fight. Anyway, so this is enough health. I'm gonna switch now, even though I'm not supposed to. But basically, if we did the first screen correctly and we shot those 6 magnets, that means that we have 8 magnets left, which translates to 16 bars of energy. You need 13 to do the hardman fight correctly. So if you compare your health to your magnet here, like right now I have 1 more health than magnet, if you can see it. So that means I have 17, that's plenty. as long as your health, like if you have 3 less health than Magnet here, assuming the first screen went correctly, then you have enough health to do the fight. If you have 4, then you're not good. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do this fight again. I'll show you like as far as menuing goes, like a tip for why we menu, where we menu. So I'm gonna save state here. Basically, actually here. So like, if I do 2 slides, or even like slide and delay like that, I'm gonna get hit by him. But if I switch to Magnet here, slide, delay, and slide, I get under him easy. And that's because like when you menu and come out of the menu, like see, he does that little like teleport animation as he comes out. While he's doing that, the rest of the screen is moving. Enemies are moving, like moving platforms are moving. Okay, so if you can't do the quick hard fight because you don't have enough HP, actually I've tested it. Growing and grabbing the HP and doing the damageless fight are like almost exactly like the same. Skipping it is usually slightly faster, but it's like very, very close. So either way would be fine. I would say skipping it is the better option because then you don't have to do the fight properly. Like I'd say the damageless hardman fight is easier than fighting him with the proper way. So like I would say just skip the health, and if you feel comfortable doing the fight damageless, like that's the way to go. Anyway, so yeah, so basically you always want to menu in a place where you would have to wait anyway, because here you have to wait. Here you still have to wait just a little bit, but not as long. Basically you're saving 10 frames anytime you menu somewhere where you would have to wait otherwise. So I menu there. Alright, this fight's kind of tricky. The important part is spacing your shots. So those first 4 shots, like that's what I would practice in this fight. 1, 2, 3, jump. That's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You want those 4 shots to all hit. That's like the whole fight. The rest of it, like, if you only get 1 shot in before he lands, like, you're still fine. But if, like, you start doing that, then you're like, oh, shoot, now I'm out of magnets. I have to buster the rest of this fight. You know what I mean? So, like, getting the rhythm of that is, like, the most important thing you can do. Anything else you do from there will be fine. So, yeah. So, anyway. 1, 2, 3. It's actually, so, the timing of these shots is not that much different than, like, normal, like, slide chain timing. That's how the fight is supposed to go. So basically, like, after you get these 4, like, if he's directly overhead, your shot won't track him. So if I wait that long, it won't hit him. So you basically want to fire, like, right before he gets that close to you. And usually I do that by, like, hesitating in the air a little bit, like... And then the 6th shot is supposed to be done, like, turning around like that and jumping up into him. Now, the reason why this fight works... So, like, normally, for anybody that doesn't know how Hardman works, he stuns you. Like, that's, like, 2 seconds of full stun. But what you can do is, if he hits you from directly above, like, you get released from the stun, but the problem is that he hits you twice. So, like, watch how much damage this does. So he hit me for 6 damage twice, and so that's why you need to have 13 or more to do that fight. But like, assuming you can get these first 4 hits in, like honestly, I would almost like, the hardest shot of the fight is that one right there. If you're having trouble getting that one, just like do something like that, and that's totally fine. You're wasting like half a second, and that fight should be a lot easier to do. Like, as long as you can get these 4 hits in, honestly, even if you do something like that, it's not that slow. Let me see. I'm trying to think of the best way, like, if you're gonna skip this one, like, the easiest way to do it, like... Oh, it's because I didn't... So there, I made the mistake that I talked about earlier, which is I tried to shoot from the ground. If you're trying to do a turnaround shot, you want to do it while in the air. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then like just as he starts to come down, I would just turn around, jump up into him, and shoot the 5th. And like something like that is not bad. I've seen some other fights, and so you can kind of play around with like what works best for you. That's how the fight works basically. And the first 4 shots are what's important. So now if you need to do a damageless fight, it's just something like that. Like you do the same thing, you still get those same 4 hits, just don't run into him. Like, it just, actually you're probably even better off just like sliding away, like that. Like instead of walking closer to him, like right here, let him come to you, and then slide away, turn around, jump and shoot. So, yeah, this is the way to go. 1, 2, 3, just stop and wait for him. This will actually probably help you get your quick kill better too. Like, if you jump, just stop right here. Oh no, then hold on, maybe a little further. Yeah, something like that. The more you drag him over to you, the easier the fight will get. But it's slightly slower, so. But yeah, that's basically how the fight works. Get those first 4 hits in, take the damage boost, and if your health is low, slide away from him, like as he's coming down, and then just turn around and shoot him. So. Oh, I do have to change my my split goal. I honestly don't know what I'm gonna change it to. So yeah, those are basically the ways you can fight hard man. One way to do it damageless, and then one way to take the D-boost. So we're gonna go for top man next. Yeah, there's a Mega Man 3 tournament coming up January 26th, so like a week from now. Okay, so to start off with this one, you can do it one of 2 ways. You can take this damage boost like jumping from the bottom and just turn, or like you can get up here and then jump and turn. This one's, it's a little weird because like if you try to jump and then turn, it's really hard to do. But if you push left and then A, because how long it takes you to turn around, you'll find that it's actually a lot more consistent to get this. So like left A, and like you don't actually go left because it takes you again like 6 frames to turn around. But yeah, basically like you can do that. I've seen some different strats for like what to do after you take this damage boost. So like you can just kind of like slide off of both of these and end up down here. That's totally fine. That's what I used to do. I've seen Fatso do this, and like jump up above and backwards damage boost from up here. That works fine too. Really, like whatever you want to do, like anything here is kind of fine. There's a really fast strat. So like if you want to test your movement. Yo, what's up, Kevin? How you doing, man? So anyway, yeah, like if you want to really test your movement, you can see like if you can do this, which is basically skipping the second damage boost by just moving so fast that you still have your invincibility frames to make this jump down. And like without getting like too crazy into it, I want to explain like what that entails. That means that like, okay, after taking this damage boost, you have like as soon as this knockback ends, you want to jump. You want to jump up to the next ledge. So that's like one input. As soon as you get to the right jump height, you want to let go, which is like holding A for the right amount of time is like another input. That's 2. You want to slide like as soon as you land on that platform. That's 3. And then you want to jump out like as late as possible. That's 4. And then you want to have like the correct jump height again, so that like because you can do all that right, and then like if you jump too high here, you're gonna get hit. So basically, like it's 5 correct inputs in a short period of time. I don't know why I'm not turning around, but in order to actually skip that screw, and like that's like one of the best movement tests I can think of in this game. Like when you're starting to like try to push for like 34, this is like a way where you can be like, okay, can I do these 5 inputs in a quick enough time to skip this other screw? But when starting out, I would really recommend just like slide there, slide there. That's really, really simple. And then being knocked down here is good. That's where you want to be. So just slide, slide. If you're slow, this is what will happen. Like, no, slower than that. So like if you get knocked back onto there, then you kind of have to slide again. But yeah, other than that, not too bad. So if you want to do this one, that's fine too. But yeah, just slide, slide, and then shoot. So basically, as soon as your knockback ends and you're down here, fire from here, and it'll hit that guy every time. And remember I said like bullet slides, right? Roll B onto A, and you'll get those like little bullets as you slide. Do that to start. So we're gonna do get knocked down here. We're gonna make a save state. We're gonna slide like that. So like slide all the way. Basically, when you get to the wall, so this guy, these little shoes, they can do 2 different jump heights. So that's the small one. That's the small one. That's the small one. That's a big one. So those are the 2. You can do the small and the big jump. The shot here is kind of specific. If you shoot like right there, like not at the top of this ledge, like you don't want to shoot that like this high because it'll miss the small jump, and you don't want to shoot this low because it'll miss the big jump. But if you put it like right up in the white area here, it'll hit both jumps. So that's, oops, supposed to fire here. So that's kind of the goal, is to like put the shot right there, or maybe even a little higher than that, and like that'll hit both jumping patterns. So like that. Anyway, so kill this guy, and then just otherwise just slide, 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 slide. Okay, this room. You can actually, if your matching is good, like you can kill the guy, but you probably don't want to do that. So I just killed it. Like I try to take these steps 2 at a time. So watch Mega Man 1, just 2 steps at a time, like that. And so once you can do that, like, because that's kind of a specific jump height. If you do a full jump, like you'll jump 2 at a time, but you'll get stuck, and you don't want to do that either. And if you do it too small, like that's really hard to do. And it's not any faster. So basically, it's like kind of like a 2/3 jump, and like just get used to the rhythm of that, because that'll make killing this guy easier. And then once you kill him, just jump into this other guy. And then, when you get up there, this is one of those places where you want to like jump off the ledge, because if you slide, I guess it's easier if I kill him to kind of show you. So like if you slide from here, like you'll hit the wall first, and then you'll like take some time to like walk down. But if you jump, you'll go down right away. And you can see like how long it takes him to fall here versus how quick that is. So basically, 2 steps at a time, shoot this guy, bonk him, slide, and jump. This is a really easy screen. Just slide, slide, drop off the ladder. This is an interesting one too, because like, this is also just slide and then, you know, drop off the ladder too. But you might think that if you walk, you die. You don't. Like, you can actually walk off of these. So don't panic in this room at all. There's nothing in this room that can kill you. So it looks like super perilous because of the spikes and all that, but like anything you do is safe. So don't worry about it. Just slide. Here you have more Met Dozers. These guys suck because their hitboxes are awful. Again, I would recommend like trying to start killing them from far away. That way, if you get like really unlucky with their hitboxes, or if your mashing is not great, you get extra jumps to try to kill them. So yeah. So yeah, anyway, if your mashing is a little better, you can get a little closer to him, and just, if you overmatch, that's fine. Like, but killing him in 1 jump and shooting extra shots is still faster than jumping multiple times. Okay, so that screen. Okay, this I really couldn't do at first. So like, basically, if you turn at the right time, you'll get knocked onto this ledge. Some people find it easier by jumping like really high and then just tapping right. Like, I'm bad at tapping right. Like, I'm not good at hitting the D-pad for like a short amount of time, and so I never really liked that strat. I like to kind of come in low and just like do it at the right timing. But if you can't do that, honestly, I would just do this. Like, just jump straight into the bullets and then kill that guy, and you'll have enough invincibility frames if you slide right away to just get past. And that's fine. That's like 10 frames slower. It's not a big deal. But the actual strat is to shoot this guy on the way up and then turn around and then use your invincibility frames to get past him. But I did that until probably like 36. So like I think that's a fine strat to do. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay, so this is a difference between magnet and top. Here I'm gonna switch to magnet, and this is where this route like kind of really shines, is the weapon usage here. So, oops, I'm being dumb. Okay, so this is actually way trickier than it looks. He does take 5 hits, right? So that's 5. How come he didn't die? Well, there's a couple of reasons that might have happened. One, these guys will actually absorb your magnets if you hit them, and that's probably what happened. The other thing is, if these two shots track and hit on the same frame, I don't know if that was the same frame or not, but they look like they hit about the same time, right? Okay, that one was fine. But if you shoot them like that, like you're just risking that they hit on the same frame. So what I like to do is I shoot the first one from like there, and then I shoot the next one from there. And I'll kind of demonstrate that here. Like, and you'll see that they hit at different times. So like, fire one about midway down, and then he only needs 3 more hits. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. So if you can't jump and mash him with 3 shots and land on the platform, don't feel bad about that, because that took me a while to figure out how to do too. Again, like, jump mashing helps with this game, but it's not as big a deal as people make it out to be. Like, the other thing you can do is you can do this, shoot 3 from the ground, and then jump up. And like, it's not much slower at all. Just keep in mind, you can only have 2 magnets on the screen at once. So if you like try to mash 3 really quick from the ground, the third one might not take because the other 2 might still be in the air. So, like, the way I'd recommend it is something like that. Like, that's really easy to do. You won't get any magnets eaten. If you're trying to do the fast strat here, I would recommend, rather than jumping from far away, like, for instance, like that, 2 shots hit at the same time, you could tell. I used 5 magnets and he's not dead, right? What happens is when you're jumping from this far away, 2 of these magnets will can hit on the same frame. So I try to slide all the way up to the wall. And that way the 3 magnets you shoot on the way up will all like track individually. So that's my recommendation there, is like 1 from the middle, 1 bullet slide, and then 3 from the wall. And again, 3 from the wall can be from the ground if you're not a good jump masher, or you can try to do them all on the way up. If you're slow, like, and try to, and like you don't, or like let's say you don't shoot them on the way up, like it's gonna cost an extra jump. So like if you're costing yourself an extra jump, I would just shoot from the ground. Okay, so this next screen, just to talk about your ammo here. So you have 14 magnets. You have 14 magnets total. You use 5 on the first cat, ideally. You use 5 on the second cat. That leaves you 4 for this next screen. Or if you use 3 on this next screen, you'll have 1 for the Met in the single block room. So if you fire from like there, or maybe even after 2 slides, 1, 2, that magnet will hit him. And then you just need to shoot 2 more. That guy takes 3 hits. But if you're a little too slow with it, you'll have to kill the top as well. So if you don't want to shoot this magnet from far away, like I would just say shoot two, and he'll die. So something like that is fine. But ideally what you want to do is something like that, and you save the magnet. Anyway, so assuming you have the extra magnet, this next cat is kind of a pain too. So if you fire right away, like this, so slide into this screen, okay? If you fire right away, the first one's not going to hit. So you have to wait till you fall a little bit. And then I do this the same way. One while falling, but not like right away, right? But like there. Like right before you hit the ground. And then another one as you slide towards him. So again, this bullet slide, I really recommend. It's just a good technique to have. Like being able to shoot into your slide. Like just figure out how to roll B onto A. Either by sliding your thumb across or like using the base of your thumb. But anyway, 1, 2, and then the same thing. You can shoot 3 from here, or if you want to be fast, jump straight up from the wall and shoot 3 on the way up. So yeah, that leaves you with 1 magnet. If you did all of that correctly, you have 1 magnet to kill this guy, like that. It's really not necessary to kill him though. So like if you don't have a magnet, go here. Get used to like where you can stand on this block, because if you stand like all the way on the very edge like that, he'll hit you. But like you can go like where his right foot is like entirely on this block, and he'll just go right by you. So what I do is I go up here and then I menu. I wouldn't even do that jump, honestly. So like if you're not going to kill him, just jump up here. As soon as I land, I usually menu. That lets him pass by. Because if you try to go too fast, like, if you don't let him pass by, you'll just jump into him. So like, my menu just kind of lets him go by, and then I can jump and do that. If you're right underneath him hugging the wall, yeah, that's that's the ideal place to shoot the last magnets from on the cat. Excuse me. Yeah, and for anybody that's not aware, there's a tutorial that Kyle Precise made for the entire game of Mega Man 3, and it covers a lot of things as well. So I would recommend checking that out as well. But yeah, so I guess I can talk about single block slides, but it's really just a timing thing. So like the further to the edge you land on the platform, the more space you have to actually get your slide in. And again, considering what we talked about how far you can hang off a ledge, the window for this is not as small as you would think. The problem people get into is when they start their slide from there, you're dead. Like if you're halfway across the block and you're starting your slide, you're gonna fail. Like you can get it, but like you just don't want to do that. So like to get good at single block sliding, it's almost more about the jump up to the block than it is the actual slide itself. Because you can get used to the like that's my timing for like 8-frame slides. And you can get used to the timing, but if your jumps are bad, you're gonna cut your window down by a lot. And so like if you see what I'm doing here, by the way, if I got that drop, I would absolutely not single block slide here. I would just walk here. But yeah, and then listen like the difference here. Like I'm holding it, like that's a much longer slide and it's faster to do so. So like there's a minimum slide, and then like if you have the length of the thing to slide on, it'll be faster obviously. So that's all in your jumps. That's like your landing position. Anyway, so normal strat here, probably you're not going to have the magnet, because that other strat isn't super easy. It'll take you a little while to get it. So I would just do that and just jump across. if for whatever reason, like, this is really easy to do, like, if you bonk your head here, like that, like, you can still just jump back up. You still have plenty of time, so, like, don't panic. Anyway, this next screen, so this is, like, people have asked me, like, how do you do this screen in one cycle like that? There's just not really an easy answer. It's like, get a good jump, get a quick slide, get a quick jump, get a quick slide, and you'll make it. But if you're slow, you're gonna get hit. And it's okay to get hit, like, that's fine. But there's no magic solution to, like, how to do this screen. You just have to be fast. So, if you are a little slow, and you get hit here, just still kill that thing, stop and kill that guy and go. Because if you can keep it to just one top being on the screen like that, you'll reduce the lag and it won't be super slow. If, like, you try to just, like, power through without killing this next top, like, it ends up being much, much slower. So, if you get fast, good. If not, don't worry about it. Health is not a big determinant in this stage, especially because, like, if your health is bad, there's a big refill in the previous screen. So if your stage has been awful, you still should have health coming into the screen. So not a big deal. Alright, so once that's done, so this is another section that people have a lot of questions about. I'm gonna save state up there. Okay, so we're gonna save state here. If you try to go, like, as fast as you can, you're not gonna make that. There's this strat, which I don't recommend to anybody, unless you want to be super cool and die a lot until you get used to how it functions. But, like, mostly what you're gonna want to do is, like, wait a little bit, and that'll put the tops in a better spot. So if you do full jumps off these tops, you'll make it. Like, I would walk on each top for just a little bit, do full jumps when you reach the end of them. See, I wasn't at the end of that one. Full jump, full jump, full jump, and then wait till you get to the end. Personally, if I, like, learning this game, I would not do the last one. These ones are all pretty safe. This one is a little scary, and so most people at first will wait there. So, like, if you're worried about, like, jumping too early here, like, I would just wait that last one out, because that's the one you're most likely to die on. But yeah, just walk for a little bit on each one and do full jumps. But the death at the end of this stage costs probably 40 seconds. So, like, if you're not comfortable with that jump right there, take the second and a half, or maybe 2 seconds, whatever it is, to wait out the last one. Because if you're in a tournament race and you waste those 2 seconds and your opponent dies there, like, they can be a better runner than you, but you just gained 40 seconds on them. Kyle Precise brings up a good point. If you do have to wait on the last top, again, we mentioned that, like, you want a menu while you have to wait anyway. Since you're waiting on that top, switch to hard knuckle there. Oh, and then another thing, so, like, I'm setting this up by, like, sliding off of every other step like this, and then waiting at the bottom. If you do these 2 slides and then just walk, and then jump from there, that's probably a better setup. It's more consistent, because, like, sometimes you'll miss these slides, and then you don't have to worry about, like, how long to wait at the bottom. So just slide, walk, and then jump from the first step. To me, that's the most, like, consistent setup, is that. So just plink down the steps, just walk down them, and then jump off that one. I don't hold right here. I let go of right, like, whoops, right there, and then go. Technically, you could do this, whoops. You can walk off all the steps and jump from there, but I don't like that at all, because you can jump too early. But yeah, whoops. Like, this top platform will catch you, except for when it doesn't. I'm trying to remember. See, like, I don't know. I personally, I like doing this better. but Prizzy's right in that, like, the top will catch you, but it won't always catch you. Like, sometimes it'll catch you just for, like, a short bit. So, I don't know. Whatever you find most consistent, there's a few different ways to set it up, but I think this is what... Those are the tops I would recommend to beginners. Just walk down, oops. Walk down, jump from here. Full jumps, wait out this last one. Switch to hard knuckle, and good. One more thing I wanted to mention, I forget what it is. Oh, yeah, menu. Okay, so, we talked about the menu a little bit earlier, but I wanted to come back to it, because this is the part where I see people E-tank all the time. So, like, you think from going from P to hard knuckle, you just go right, but that brings you to E-tank. That's not going to work. Because basically, it's trying to go to Gemini Laser, and then Gemini Laser's not there, so it's skipping to the next thing to the right. What you want to do is down, down to go to hard knuckle here. It'll loop, if you push down, it'll loop this way in a triangle. However, if you push up from P, it won't go anywhere. So, again, like I tried to, mention earlier at the start of this tutorial, treat the menu like it's a vertical menu from top to bottom, starting with the left side being the first three, and then the right side being the bottom three. And so you're just menuing down. You can only wrap up the menu by pushing up here if you have the one that goes to the right of magnet, which is top spin. So yeah, ups and downs. Like, try to menu with ups and downs until, like, there's some places where you want to use right and left, but for the most part, ups and downs will get you to the place you're going if you look at it as a vertical menu. So anyway, this menu is down, down to hard knuckle. Okay, I'm gonna save state in this fight because there's no randomness to this fight at all. Okay, so those first two hits are kind of hard. Because if you do two slides, you can get it, but it's tough. Actually, two slides might not be. So, like, basically, yeah. I've always done it with 3 slides here. 1, 2, 3, jump out of the 3rd slide, and then hit him again when his iframes wear off. But you can get it with just 2. If you do 2 full slides and do that, you can get him 2. Whatever you're most comfortable with. If you only hit him once, it's okay, because, like, let's say I'm a little slow and I don't get that next one. Just go up and, like, oops. And you can do something like that and you'll kill him. Honestly, if you don't even want to slide towards him, just shoot the 1, wait for him to get over here, and then... This is also the strat I would recommend if you're out of health. Because you won't, like, this fight, whoops. That fight takes an intentional, whoops. This fight takes an intentional deboost. The tops only do 3 damage, but if for whatever reason you're just, like, completely out of health here, you can just jump the first one and shoot 3 from here. But yeah, so either do 2 slides, but I really, like, 3 just gives you a bigger timing window. Okay, and so then once you get that one, your goal is to... Yeah, I don't like the 2 slides. I go a little bit to the right, shoot one over his head. Oops. Shoot one from there, and then as soon as that one hits, shoot again and slide back to the middle. Oh, tops do 4? Not bad. Oh, they do, jeez. Most projectiles in this game do 3. But I guess, Shadow Blades do 4, so... Yeah, these do 4. So, okay, if you have 4 health, then... then don't try to do the deboost fight here. Getting these 2 hits in feels pretty good when you can do it. But most people should probably start with this fight. The reason why this fight isn't, like... The only reason it's slow is because you have to walk to the middle here. Anyway. That's about it. You got a couple different strats you can use there. When did I get 300 viewers? Whoever hosted me, thank you. I missed it. I apologize. Anyway, so that's 3 stages. Next is gonna be Shadow. Most of Shadow is easy with the magnet first route. There's one screen that's pretty tricky. I'm not gonna try to get into like in depth with that screen though. Oh shoot. So if you get the one hit, that's still fine. Anyway, so Shadow is the stage that in Top First is really difficult. In Magnet First, it's got some tricky elements to it. The Dark Room is going to be the same in both, and it's going to be hard no matter what. The very last screen has its tricky elements in Magnet, but it's still much easier. So, okay, start our save state here. Make sure to shoot this guy on the way down. It's just good karma. Shoutouts to Elanesia. So, this is probably worth mentioning, just even though it's really small. If you walk off this, it's a little slower than jumping off of it. But if you jump like this off of it, then you're being slower. So, like, there's a lot of time saves like that in the run, where, like, if you execute them well, it's faster to do that. But walking off it is okay. It's probably like 4 frames slower. And that's why like a high jump is not going to save you time. Anyway, so here there's 2 different patterns you can get from this. Again, each jumper can do a small or a big jump. I save stated on one where he's going to jump low. He's going to miss this, but I shoot 2, like right here. Whoops. Because if he jumps high, the second one will hit him. If it doesn't hit him, you got to jump over him. That's about all you can do. It's going to cause a little bit more lag. It's a little slower when this happens, but it's not a big deal. And then, again, I wish I had better advice for these dozers, because their hitbox is just awful. But I would just, rather than bonk him, I would just try to shoot him from further away, and if you have to jump again, do it. But, like, if I was trying to kill him in a run, it would, whoops, it would probably look something like that. And so, if you tink him, I shot 4 shots, 2 of them tinked, and 2 hit him. Anyway, not gonna waste any more time with that, just try to shoot him as much as you can. Again, we talked about Proto. This Proto fight's the same as the Magnet one. I like to... like, that's a good fight. That's the cycle that I'm trying to hit. I've only hit faster than that, like a handful of times. If you're a better masher, you can do better, but that's... if you're trying to pattern your fight after mine and your mashing is mediocre like mine, that's the fight that I try to go for. Anyway, this room, like, I don't even know where to begin with this one, because there's like a lot of different strats you can do. To start off with, like, make sure you kill these guys. I shoot 3, 1, 2, 1, but it doesn't really matter. If you do something like that, that's fine too. It's a little slower, but some people are better at shooting like 3 shots at a time. The important thing though is that you want to shoot that 1 shot as you fall, because you can see it's hitting that guy on the top. That shot's going to help you out a lot later, because you can kill him without stopping. If you don't do that, like, let's just assume you kill these guys and slide off the ledge. Like, I would probably say just, like, make sure they're dead, because, like, let's say you don't kill this guy, and then you get up here, it's just so laggy that you wish you were dead. So, like, I don't know, whatever strat you need to do, like, if it means stopping, like, I would just make sure those guys all die. But that's how I do that section. But if you can do this section non-stop, great. I wouldn't really expect you to as a beginner. So, like, stop, jump, make sure those guys are dead. and then get to this point. I try to shoot 2 shots here while falling. I don't really think that's necessary either. I would shoot that guy, and then like shoot him, and then do something like that. Oops. You kind of want to shoot this one further down like that. If you don't slide on the bottom, you should be able to just walk and not get hit by that explosion. If you try to be really fast, like, oops, I don't remember what I'm doing now. Anyway, but yeah, like, oh, yeah, never mind. I'm at like kind of a different position than I would be normally, but basically just slide off this platform, shoot him, and then I wouldn't slide here. Like this, okay, there you go, yeah, you can be a little too fast. If you try to like slide towards him and shoot this guy, like you have to mash really quickly. And so I would just say jump and shoot him, and then jump again. So, like this, oops, jump and shoot him. Then, oh yeah, so then when you jump up to here, you want to shoot, like you won't see the grenade here, and that's why the screen is so tricky, because a lot of times you're firing and stuff is not there yet. But you basically want to shoot, I should be in the dark here. Yeah, there we go, okay, so. And then, I usually, like, I would say, I'm trying to remember how I used to do this guy. If you don't want to slide here, like, until you get comfortable with, like, where the enemies are, it might almost be better to, like, not slide on places like this. But you can also, you know, just jump up and shoot him. So, when you get to here, like this is after killing that eyeball. When you jump up here, shoot at the same time, and you'll hit this guy. Again, you're firing at something that's not there. You're trying to fire at the grenades before they're there because they're very laggy enemies. You want them to die as soon as possible. And also, they leave the lingering explosions. So, like if you wait until you see him, it's going to be like, you'll jump into it, you know what I mean? So, like, here you want to shoot on the way up and then jump across. This jump isn't as bad as it looks. Like, I can jump out that early and still make it. Like, okay, that's... Like, even if I jump, like, when his right foot gets the ledge, like, I pretty much make that jump. So, like, I would recommend doing that rather than going down. You can do this also, but I don't think this is that bad to do. I would just try to do that. Anyway, but make sure you shoot him on the way up, and then, so basically, when I land, again, keep in mind, you lose your shot on the frame you land. So I either fire right before I land, like that, or wait till I land. Well, I don't think you want to do that either. So, like, I would just do it right there. Like, try to fire it, like, right at his head height. If you're a little too high like that, he'll still jump into it. It's not a big deal. So, like, if you're gonna miss high. The only reason why you don't want to shoot that high, like that high, is because you'll slide into it if you're too fast. But, yeah, if you shoot him down there, you can move as fast as you want to. Anyway. This one's not too bad. Just fire before you land. I'm gonna recommend doing this there. There's a faster strat that I learned from Prizzy, where you shoot like this, and then something like that with a better slide. And if you want to do that, that's fine. But I think if you just like shoot him while falling, and then don't slide, and just jump and shoot him twice more on the way up, I would do that. So, shoot him before you land, shoot him once, jump up, shoot him twice. Then here, like mostly what people do, I'm gonna move my save state forward. Mostly what people do here is, when they jump up here, shoot him. Again, like, shoot them, you have to shoot the grenades before they appear on the screen for the most part. So like that, as you're jumping up. And then, most people will jump up and shoot that guy 3 times. Or, honestly, if you only shoot him once, or twice, like this, that's fine, too. That's actually probably a little less laggy. And then, again, you can shoot this guy from further away, but if you just, like, fire twice, actually, I wouldn't even slide there. So, like, fire twice when you land, and then just jump up and shoot him again. Anyway, so then you get to the end. So, here, it's really important that you want to switch to magnet in this screen. So, like, usually I'll fall off the ledge here, and then shoot him on the way down. If you were already in magnet, when you came down here, there's a chance that that shot would miss. But because you're, like, using the menu to buffer his movement forward, he'll jump right into it. So, like, right as soon as I go off the cliff, and then when I come out of the menu, I shoot him. You can shoot a lot later, and I think, like that, it'll still hit him. So that should be your goal here. Now, this is a tricky one for me, because, like, I haven't done this strat in a while, and this is kind of particular. But usually I'll jump and shoot, like, kind of one on the way up here, and one on the way down. Like, 1, 2, 3, something like that. And then, like, out of the third slide, I'll jump, shoot one on the way up and one on the way down, and it'll usually hit both guys. No, that's not quite right. I think you have to do maybe 3 full slides. Something like that. I mean, you can ledge jump before the switch. I've just found that, like, when I do that, sometimes my first magnet would be too fast. So, like, I got used to not jumping off this ledge in both magnet and top, because I've had, like, my best movement miss, but it's not really a huge consideration. Also, like, getting a ledge jump here out of a third slide is not, like, it's not trivial at all. Like, it's hard to make this save time. So I usually just do 3 full slides, and then just try to, like, cancel my movement, like there, rather than, like, let it go all the way. Anyway. Okay, so now we're here. If you jump and shoot here, it'll track him. So, like, I fire on the way... maybe not. Oh, you have to... I don't remember. It's honestly been so long since I used magnets here. But, okay, I think you need to go a little higher. Like, rather than fire from, like, right there, that'll miss. You can fire from a little higher, and it'll hit. So, like, maybe not. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. You could always, like, jump again, though, and it'll hit, like, 100%. I had a way of doing this, I just, honestly, just don't remember what it is. Or maybe I get a little closer to the wall. Yeah, I think maybe if you get a little closer to the wall, like, it'll track him better. Yeah, okay. Closer to the wall, jump up, shoot from there, it'll hit him. And then, I think this one, actually, you can do something like that, or, again, same thing, like, get kind of close to the wall, and shoot up there, and I think it always hits him. Yeah, shoot against the wall. Okay. Anyway, whatever. We got it. Play around with that a little bit. Like, where you shoot the magnets from matters a lot. But shooting it, like, higher and later is going to help you have it track them better, so should be good with that. Anyway, okay, so this section's not that bad, but it's different depending on your movement. So, like, what your goal here is to have these drops not hit you as you're trying to jump. See how I caught that drop in midair? Like, I'm shooting from further away, like from back here, so that when I see a drop, I can jump early before it hits me. I'm not getting a lot of drops. And I basically just hold like a full jump until I see that there's no drop that's going to mess me up. Some people will shoot from closer, like this. This is pretty easy. This is a pretty easy way to not have the drops hit you. But if I was a new player, I wouldn't slide here at all. I would just do this. And if you shoot him from far away, like again, so slide off this ledge, shoot from here, and then just do one jump. One shot every jump, and none of these will hit you. See what I mean? So, if you're not going to slide, shoot your first shot while falling, and then just one jump, one shot. Shoot at the top, like on the way down, like that, like right at the peak of your jump, and you'll hit him every time. So, super easy. If you are going to slide, you can do it one of two ways. You can do it from closer, but just keep in mind, you won't be able to see the drops very quickly, or you can shoot it from further. And if you see the drop, like, jump before it hits you, because you don't want it to catch you, like, right as you're jumping, because that's what's going to kill you. Make sense? Alright. Got a little bit to say about the Shadow Man fight. It doesn't really matter where you switch to topspin here. Okay, so, how do you not lose weapon energy when fighting Shadow Man? So, first I'll show you the slow way to do it. Basically, if you're not in invincibility frames, like right now, if you jump into him, it's gonna hit you and knock you, like, put you in knockback, like that, and you'll see that this only uses one ammo. So, like, just as a proof of concept, if you're not in invincibility frames, he cannot take more than one ammo from you. Easy. The tricky part is you don't want to fight him that slow, right? So, how do you do it? Basically, there's two things that are at, like, basically, you'll drain topspin while you're in his hitbox, while you're in iframes, like that. See, like, went down a ton. I was in invincibility frames, which means my topspin continued, and I stayed in his hitbox. So, like, while I was spinning in his hitbox, it drained every single frame, one ammo. So, you gotta be really careful about that. The best way to avoid that is to try to attack him from the outside. So, like, stay on his edge, and that won't happen. Now, you don't want to end the fight all the way over there either, so you might need to switch sides. But this is a really safe way to do the fight and not lose ammo. You're not going to lose ammo ever fighting him that way. Now, the tricky part about this is, okay, so watch what happens to my position here. I'm just going to jump, I'm going to do A plus B straight up. See how it pushes me back? See, like, I'm not pushing directional pad at all. Like, I'm going to move close to him, and I'm not going to push the D-pad at all. I'm just going to do A plus B jumps. So, like, see how far it moves me? Like, that's how far it pushes you when you topspin. So, the reason why this is a potential thing that can drain your energy is that if you try to jump into him from the outside and then turn, what's going to happen is it's going to drag you into his hitbox. Like, especially like if you jump from underneath. Like, this is the most dangerous position you can be in, is like right underneath. Like, because it'll drag you up into him. Like, if you're facing away from him and you're underneath him and like jump up and you have invincibility frames, you'll get sucked back the direction away from the way you're facing. And if the way you're, like, if he's behind you, you're gonna go right back into him. So, yeah, my advice for this fight is get to the outside of him and attack him while facing him, and you won't lose your topspin. So, the other thing to pay attention to in this fight is, okay, at the start he'll jump twice. 1, 2. Now he'll do something, either a slide or a Shadow Blade throw. The rest of the fight, 3 jumps and then something. 1, 2, 3, Shadow Blade throw. 1, 2, 3, slide. 1, 2, 3, Shadow Blade throw. 1, 2, 3, Shadow Blade throw. So, he'll either pick between the Shadow Blade or the slide. So, why does this matter in the fight? He's gonna do his first 2 jumps, so you're gonna hit him. If you try to attack him while he's sliding, like, it's really unpredictable what's gonna happen, because he's moving, you're in invincibility frames. It's really easy to drain your topspin in that scenario. So, I would recommend that after 2 jumps, like, wait to see if he slides or not, and then resume the fight from there. One more thing. That. So that's the quick kill. Typically, if you don't want to see that. If you're a beginning runner, you do not want to see him spinning on the ground like that, because that drains all his ammo. But just to kind of give you an idea of like how it works, if you attack him here, oh man, how did I get a different pattern there? I want to see if I can try to set this up with this pattern. This is a really awkward one. I wish I got like any other pattern but this. Okay, you see how like he kind of kept spinning on the ground? Basically, if you do this attack and then spin while coming down, while he's still on the ground, basically you're spinning when you hit the ground and you're still in his hitbox, so you'll continue spinning on the ground and you can't break out of it. So like, I like to try to land. I don't like to try to get 2 hits in the air unless I really know what I'm doing. So like, land and just try to get 1 hit in every time. Because if you try to like spin while landing, like on the way down from this, you'll just, it's all gone. So don't do that. So yeah, just so this is the worst pattern, by the way. If he does a small jump and a big jump, you can't hit him. But yeah, I would land and jump every time. Do small jumps, jump up into him, attack from the outside, face him. And you shouldn't have much problems in that fight. I know it's like a few like small things to pay attention to, but like any of those things on their own is not super difficult. But losing your top spin in that fight sucks. It's not fun. So even if you have to like kind of be slow at first, try to figure out like what you need to do to not lose your top spin. I covered it all there. Alright, this is the hardest stage in 8 Robos. So let's see. This screen has a lot of like memorization and tech and stuff like that. I'm gonna try to cover like the most basic way to get through this screen. Mistakes in the screen are not that bad. Like most blocks here don't cost you that much time. You just gotta be careful though, because like you can lose a lot of health in this stage. So in this screen in particular. Oh, if you run out of top spin on refights, a lot of people don't know this. What you should do is switch to Shadow Blade. Kill Shadow with Shadow Blade because he takes 4 damage from it. Then do the reverse refight order. Go to Spark and then Magnet because you're already on Shadow Blade. Then switch to Gemini and do Needle and then Gemini with Gemini Laser. And then do Hard Man and then do Top Man. And then just do the Wily 3 kill on Gamma. We can cover that when we get there, which at this point will probably be another day. But yeah, anyway. Gemini, here we go. So, I see a lot of people when they're jumping this flame, they try to just do it no stop. That right there is really not easy to do at all. You have a bigger window if you slide up to the wall, and then just jump straight up and try to go over. I want to demonstrate something. I'm going to get to a little bit later in the stage to show you. So, like, I'm trying to remember. So, you can slide right through that. It seems kind of silly, and it is. But the hitbox of the flame is just the bottom half of it. So the top half of the flame like doesn't exist. So like you can kind of jump through the flame. Like your jump doesn't have to be that perfect because it's only the bottom half you have to jump over. If you look at it in the hitbox viewer, you'll see that like you see it like I didn't get hit until like I hit the bottom half of the flame, so just keep that in mind. But anyway, I would slide all the way up to the wall and then just jump straight up and then over it. Like that. This one here, just jump up and shoot him. Like, full height jump at the top. And then after that, I would slide off the ledge. There's slightly faster ways to do it, but it's like, that's probably what I would do. And then as soon as you land on here, just start mashing this penguin. You're far enough back that you have a lot of time to kill him, so like that. Pretty easy. So from here, this is something I get a lot of questions about too, and this, I wish I had a good answer. Basically, it's like almost just a rhythm thing. Like, you find something that works, and then you can just slide through this guy a little bit more effectively. Personally, I try to land like right here, slide, walk a little bit, and slide again. Like, that's... You won't get it every time, and if you miss it, it's not that big a deal. Like, there's a quick fix to continue the stage after that. But it's really just that. So, but if you try to start from here, you might get messed up. What you're trying to do is, see, like, the flame, you want the flame to drop really close to this wall, but not on the ledge. So, like, if you're too fast, it falls, like, too far from the wall. And then if you're too slow, it'll fall up there. So, like, that's why I try to land there and slide. And it kind of puts it in a good spot. And you can't just slide twice in a row, because you'll hit it as it's falling. You have to, like, give it time to travel, and then you can slide, like, when it's past you. So, best advice I can give on that. So, assuming you get this right, you can slide to this wall, jump up, and shoot him. I usually shoot 2 shots at the top of this jump. And, like, another one as I jump over. I'm trying to shoot him, like, a couple times, and then that way when I jump over the flame, I don't have to mash him quite as much. If you don't want to slide there, you can just do, well, don't walk off into the pit, but... Because the slide jump over that flame is really difficult. That's probably the hardest thing in this screen. And so... yeah, so, oops. So, jump later than that. Also, you want to make sure that you get all the way up to this wall, or else you won't make that jump. And that jump's kind of important. If you, like, try to make that and miss, it's gonna... Oh, no! Oh, no! Okay, well, give me 1 sec. I gotta fix this. What was your guys' favorite part of the tutorial? Mine was the part where the game glitched out. It took 2 minutes to try to reset it. Anyway, so... I can't do this anymore. Like, if I'm gonna slide to the wall, and I'm gonna make sure that I actually, like, hit the wall before I jump. You can walk all the way up to the wall, but it makes hitting that guy harder, so, like, I like to slide to the wall, and then, like, let myself hit the wall, and then jump up and shoot. But, I would say this, like, this is the important thing here, is that this section is probably gonna go wrong. That section is really hard, and so no matter what way you do it, you're probably between this guy, and this guy here, you're probably going to take 2 or maybe even 3 hits. And, like, that's just going to happen. Like, the more you do it, the better you'll get at it. But I get hit here all the time. If I get hit once in this section, like, it's still fine. Like that's not that slow. So I really wouldn't worry about it. But at least as long as you know, like, how it works. You know what, you probably almost have to slide here. I was thinking you could walk it. But, like, you pretty much have to do that. I think maybe just for consistency, like, I would just probably slide into it. Like, I wouldn't even try to jump it. Okay, so... okay, let's say you get to here. Once you're past that part, when you jump across here, do a full jump and shoot at the top. That'll kill this guy. So, like that. When I land, I shoot again. Bullet slide. That'll kill both of those guys. So, easy. If, for whatever reason, you forget to shoot that guy, like, remember, you can slide, you can actually slide over the top of that, but... and then... I do these, again, these bullet slides. Every time I slide here, I try to shoot. And that way when I get down here, I don't have to mash as much. You're probably going to have to stop when you land, so... if you have to do that, that's fine. Because if you try to no-stop it, you're probably going to run into him. So, like, just stop. Make sure he's dead. Don't get hit. Just do something like that. That's fine. So here... I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, okay, so... when you can slide from this platform to this platform, but when you do, like, you can either jump up and shoot like that, or just shoot from up here. And then this jump here, this is something that your movement needs to improve a little bit before you start hitting. But it's not that bad. Basically, you want to jump from here to here. If you miss it, that's fine. Just make sure you kill that guy. So that means that you're doing a full height jump here and shooting again. There's a few of those. Like, there's one, remember, at the beginning. Like, the very first enemy you kill in the stream, you do a full height jump and shoot. There was the one, like, when jumping across this, whoops, when jumping across this pit right here, full height jump and shoot. So, like, basically both pits we've had to jump over, we've jumped over with a full height jump and shot at the top. So, like, that's at least a somewhat easy way to remember, like, where those guys are coming from, but you want to do that. Now, I'm hesitant to switch to magnet here, because, like, honestly, I have not done the magnet strats here in forever. Right here is where you would switch to magnet, so... I'm trying to remember, do I shoot here? I do. So, I switch to magnet here, shoot one while jumping, and then just, like, mash that guy down. As soon as he's dead, if you slide forward, the extra magnet will track and hit that guy before he can drop his flame. So, if you don't want to slide here, you're probably not going to hit this guy, so I would wait. So either of those ways is fine. Like, if you're gonna not slide, do it there, and then, oops. Well, you still probably want to slide here. So yeah. So magnets can track really weird, and so you kind of shoot them at, like, specific spots. But basically, like, every time I jump, I shoot. Anyway, that's what magnet's supposed to look like. It's hard for me to go step by step because I haven't done magnet here in, like, over a year, like a year and a half. So, like, this is, I can just show you for reference, like, what it's supposed to look like again. The Buster strat is really only hard because of this jump right there. The magnet strat is pretty easy, honestly. But it's memorization, because if you shoot the magnets too late, like, to give an example, like, if you shoot these magnets here, like, that guy's gonna drop his flame. So, and if you just, like, kind of just blindly mash magnets everywhere, Like, you're just gonna run out. And, like, you'll get hit by everything, and, like, you'll run out. So, I don't know. Yeah, I started top first. Yeah, it's probably been about a year then. If you're gonna use Buster, because like Buster and Magnet are like pretty equivalent here, I feel like Magnet is just easier to use. But you can also run out, so it's gonna be a personal preference thing. But this is the Buster strats are gonna require a lot more mashing, and you're I don't know. I hate to say it, but you're probably just gonna struggle your way through this screen. Like, if you're new to this game, this screen is gonna be hard. You have to like watch it done correctly, and then just like keep trying to do it, and just keep trying to do it, and keep trying to do it. I'm trying to remember like back to when I first learned Gemini, but honestly, because I did Magnet first, I pretty much routed out this screen myself. And so it was just a lot of work of like trial and error of like where to shoot magnets, and like how many of them to shoot, and like when I missed a magnet like that, how to back it up, and then what to do when you run out, and you know, stuff like that. So there's so many scenarios here that I think it would be a waste of time to try to cover all of them. But the idea is like you pretty much shoot magnets like before you see enemies on screen. And then, oh, okay, so here, this is actually probably the trickiest one. I usually do like an A plus B. Oops. Now I'm trying to remember. Dang, when I was in rhythm I had it. Now I don't remember. Oh, that's it. Maybe not. Okay, that is it. Okay, so I shoot like one at the top, and then like one as I land, and then just slide twice, and then it hits those guys. Actually, I think I'm shooting this guy from like even earlier. Nah. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so like, I'm shooting at the top of my jump here, but I'm trying to land really far on the left. So like, if you're trying to do Magnet, this is probably the hardest part of it. You want to shoot one on the way up, kind of, and then like one as you land, but you have to land far on the left, because if you shoot from there, he's gonna drop his flame. Well, like that. But if you shoot it from back, you'll be fine. And then I shoot one as I'm falling. Yeah, that's like the easiest way to do this part. So like, I would just try to mimic this. And if you're failing it, it's because you're shooting the second magnet too late. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's the magnet strat. Okay, so the skip here. I don't know what a good visual cue is, but like, look at that star in the background. If your right foot is inching past the star, you're in trouble. So something like that. Like, before you get to the star, you should be sliding. And then the other thing is, like, you have a pretty big range to jump out of. But if you jump out too... The most common way I see people fail this is they jump out of this slide too early. Like, oh no, I better jump! Like, they'll jump right there, and then they don't make it. But you can actually let the slide go a little bit. So, slide before you get to the star, let the slide play out a little bit, and then jump. I honestly don't really have a visual cue for the jump. It's more timing, but like... I'm trying to think. Like... There, that's where I jump. So like... Do it again. I'm not going to push a direction. Right there. That's my jump spot. So if I slide, like, right before I get to the screen transition, and you'll be able to tell, like, If you slide like really early like that, you know you're not going to be able to jump from there. That was my jump spot. But if like you slide right before and you don't see him in the sliding animation very long, like basically that little gap in the ground, as soon as I can move, I'll show you. So like, see the little like gap in the ground between like these two raised sections? Like it's right in the middle of his feet. Like that's probably the spot that you want to look for. That's where you're jumping from. Like that's where like the center of Mega Man's body should be, and you'll clear it. So, like that. Because honestly, I'm not really looking for a visual cue here. For me, it's like timing for like how long slides take. But that's basically it. That's if I was to look for a visual cue, it's that little gap in the ground. Anyway, so we want to switch to Buster. If you did Buster on the first screen, you'll already be in Buster. Fine, you don't have to menu here. You want to shoot one shot while falling and slide and hit that guy. From personal experience and from watching other people do it, if your movement's not good, this is actually really hard to do. So, like if your movement's slow, like these are going to be slow slides. It'll just go right through. You won't hit it. So as your movement gets better, you'll start to hit him. But if you miss, here's what you want to... The most dangerous thing is if you shoot this egg, you're going to have a bad time. Like, you don't want to hit anything but this row of eggs right here. Like, you'll have to kill... Hold on. Like, this is the only row you need to hit. This is the only row you want to hit. Any row you hit that's not this is only going to make your job tougher. So, like, let's say you don't shoot while falling. Just make sure you do something like that. If you do hit while falling, then great. Then the thing you need to worry about is bonking. If you bonk your head here, like let's say you try to jump and shoot like 3 shots and bonk your head, that's what's going to happen. And now you're in bad shape. Because like, you'll try to kill these, and then like you can't get up, and then like you can't get in, and like yeah, you're bad. You're not in good shape. So make sure you don't jump too early here. If anything, like, do 3 full slides, make sure you're clear of the overhang, and do something like that. Or if you're mashing, like if you need 3 jumps, do 3 jumps. If you have to do that, that's fine. Just don't shoot these eggs. Just make sure you hit that. So get used to like shooting at the top of your jump. If it's 2 shots, fine. If it's 3 shots, great. If it's 4, 5, awesome. But really just make sure that that's what you're doing, that you're hitting that row. Okay, so now you're up here, right? Let's say you do hit the wrong row, like and you do that. Like, that's recoverable. But like, if... That one's tough. You probably would just have to, at this point, just like mash your way through it. Like, this is really the only recovery for that mistake. And that's super slow. So, anyway. Okay, so I'm going to show you the zip. There are a couple different ways to do the zip. I would say 3. Basically, if you're going to just do, this is the very original, like, basic version of the zip. You look for the front of the tadpole, and I try to line it up. If you see right above where the tadpole is, like right where I paused, kind of, he's in between the 2 eggs above him. Like his face is like wedged in the, like right in the crevice between those 2 eggs. Like that's kind of the timing you're looking for. My strat is this because you want to save time by menuing, but it cuts down the amount of time you have to look for the visual cue. And then the strat that most people find the easiest is wait a little bit and then pause when you come out of the slide. So as I mentioned before about pausing, the enemies continue to move while you're coming out of the menu. And so now when your hitbox becomes active, boom, he's right there in your hitbox and he sends you. So the danger of that is, let's say you go too early like this, it won't work. And if you go too late, it still won't work. But it gives you a much more generous timing window. To give an idea of why this strat works, look where Mega Man's head is when I pause here. his head is stuck in the ceiling. And so he has nowhere to be put, so when he's getting hit, because he's in the ceiling, he gets zipped through. So basically this pause needs to be while your head is still stuck in the ceiling, and you get zipped. The other thing is, if you're not doing the... After you slide, don't touch anything on the D-pad. Like, I don't know if you can tell what's happening here, but like when I'm holding right here, you can see like, I'm kind of like moving, I'm not like falling straight. Like, this is me not touching the D-pad. You see I just like fall straight? If I'm holding forward, that's what happens. I don't know if you can tell the difference, but you like move backwards slightly, and that makes the zip way, way harder to get. So like all you have to do is just like let go of the D-pad after you slide. So mess around with it. This one I don't like because if you pause too early, then it's basically like two things you have to time. You have to time the slide and you have to time the pause. And it's potentially slower than what I do if you slide a little bit too late. So none of this stuff is like... none of the differences between the strats are enough that like whatever one you're comfortable with is the one that you should do. But in trying to teach a bunch of people, they had more success timing that pause right when the slide ended, and getting zipped through this way. So whatever works for you. Anyway, as soon as you come out of that, do like an A plus B jump, and then jump off the nose of Rush, and you'll end up here. So like this and that. Here you want to do something like that. You want to shoot one egg, two eggs, and then go. The reason why is because only three tadpoles can spawn at once, and so that way when you get up to the top, you don't have to worry about killing any more tadpoles. You can just shoot 2 shots. You don't have to worry about their drops and collecting them. Easy peasy. Personally, I jump off the ladder, something like that, but it's not a big deal. I also do, like, when I'm doing this slide here, I do a little jump, because you can grab the ladder down there, or you can grab the ladder up there. It's a small thing, but eh. So, this one, do, like, kind of a full jump off the ladder, shoot 2 shots at the top. You can't hit the row above, so don't worry about it. If you just shoot 2 shots at the top of the jump, you'll hit those ones. And then, after doing that, when I'm in the air, I try to shoot like 3 shots up at the top to hit that row. And then just do that. Just fire till all those things are dead. You have to kill more things if you miss, you know, if you don't shoot those guys. And like, you might get weapon refills and stuff like that, but it's not that big a deal. But yeah, that's not too bad. Just shoot these 2 and then just shoot at the top. The thing you want to avoid doing here is like shooting the wrong egg like that, because it might get ugly. So just make sure your shots are those ones and those ones. You're trying to hit specific rows. So as long as you do that, you'll be fine. As far as the zip, it's actually not that complicated at all. Like, if you're not worried about like pausing at the right time, like you can just shoot that one buster shot, and then you can slide within a 4-frame window. And if you do it, and like just don't touch the D-pad after that, and then if you do it at the right timing, you'll go right through. It's a shot and a slide. That's all it is. The other part is really actually meant to help you and extend your window. The whole like menuing in the middle thing, because you have to switch to rush coil anyway. Anyway. So this screen, this is pretty simple. So the big determination to be made here is like look at your health when you're right here, because these giant penguin makers, like you'll deboost through them if you can, but they do 8 damage. So if your health is low, you don't want to just slide into these guys, because you will die. So like basically if you're half health or less, or like even just a bit above half health, what you're going to want to do is preserve your health by like waiting for one of those guys. Like let a tadpole come and hit you and then go through, because I think the tadpoles, or like the little penguins, what do they do, like 2, 3? Oh, maybe like 4? Okay, well they don't do 8. They do 4, which kind of sucks, but it's not 8. So you still would rather deboost off of them. Or let a dragonfly come down. It's slower, but if your health is low, you don't really have a choice. You don't want to try to kill these guys. It's going to be really slow, and you'll probably get hit anyway. So yeah, it's 4 frames to set up the zip, but your window is a lot bigger if you do the pause trick. You probably make it up to like 14 frames. Which, a quarter of a second, like, most people can hit that kind of window. It's not that bad. Anyway, in this case, I'm just, like, if you have the health, you can really just slide right through, jump over that guy, and just keep sliding. For any beginner, I would, oh no, bad save state. Okay, good, at least that gets rid of it. Question is, if I do another save state, will I get the same thing? But if you're going to collect the health, slide once, summon rush as you're falling, and then jump on him, something like that. Or like as you're walking off here. But this health is probably, like, anybody that's doing Gemini as a beginner is probably going to need this. This is a really difficult stage. Whew. Anyway. After you get that, we're going to come into this next screen. I'm hesitant to try to save state. Trying to think of what I want to show. First, I want to show like how to do Rush Marine here, because Rush Marine is really easy, but if you don't know what you're doing, you'll probably die the first time you're trying Rush Marine as well. So like Summon Rush here, he'll actually will only summon in water. If you try to summon him out of water, he will go back up. In water, he'll come. So you want to shoot these guys as they come. You can get the health, or you can get the 1-up. The reason why Rush Marine is so appealing is because you can get the E-Tank down there. As long as you kill everything, like, you actually get to stay in Rush Marine here. And so it works out really well. Where you'll get in trouble is if you don't kill these enemies that are spawning, or you start getting hit by the dragonflies that are dropping down. So watch the dragonflies, like shoot these guys as they appear, but then like the dragonflies, like don't go down off the screen. That would be a bad thing also. If you shoot the guys as they're appearing and like they take 2 hits to kill, then what you can do is like I go up kind of high. And then, like, when the dragonfly comes down, I go down. And then, like, this one, when he comes down, I go up. Oh, maybe not. Anyway, if you get hit, that's fine, I guess. But I usually, like... And then you can switch right here. You can actually... Most people don't know this because they'll drop back down and jump. But you can actually slide to the ladder and grab it from here. So yeah, just kill the guys as they come, do your best with the dragonflies, try not to get hit by all of them. Honestly, if you just like keep mashing here, this isn't like the absolute worst thing in the world. But just try to manipulate the dragonflies, whoops, so they don't hit you. And then just use the fact that Rush Marine sticks to these platforms. Oh, the other thing is like, oh whoops, I can't get Rush Marine back. I'll show again. You probably noticed this, but if you get hit while you're in Rush Marine on land, you don't get knockback. So the reason why this section is dangerous... Yeah, honestly, I would just mash this. Oh no, you're in trouble! Like if you get hit right here, like no knockback. You can absorb hits. And so that's why Rush Marine is so safe. So just to, kind of continue to give you an idea, just mash this. Try to stay towards the top. When you see a dragonfly come down and they drop your height, just go down a little bit, and then you can go back up. That guy, honestly, even if you just want to let that guy hit you, it's fine. And then just, you can even let that hit you too. Jump up. That's the simplest way to do that screen. You don't have to try that hard. Now that's not the fast way to do it. Like, I'll kind of touch briefly. Like, oh man, I'm really scared to create a save state here. Okay, good. If you go along the top, let's say you don't want to do any single block slides. Actually, let's switch to Shadow Blade right away. So like, we're not going to slide on any of these single blocks. Maybe we'll slide on that. Maybe we'll slide on that. What's happening is that you won't be able to despawn these guys. There's certain single block slides you'll need to do in order for the dragonflies to not chase you. You could probably do something like that. Oh, maybe not. If you want to jump over this guy, like if you're trying to not do single, like you can just do that. You can turn around and shoot him. You have like, the cool thing is you do have Shadow Blades, and Shadow Blades kill these guys in one shot. So, but keep in mind, it's not, you can't like turn and fire so easily. A lot of times you have to jump and turn and fire or whatever. Or, let's see. You can do that. That might be the best way. Just jump up and shoot him on the way up. So rather than, like, if you don't want to do single block slides at all here, but you don't want to use Rush Marine either, shoot that guy here, and then, let's see. I think you can shoot like that, or... Yeah, it's kind of tricky. You kind of have to shoot him on, like, not at the height of your jump, but kind of on the way down, and you have to, like, kind of jump off the right edge of this. So I don't know that I recommend that necessarily. But he's another one you won't be able to despawn. He's kind of scary. So you would have to, like, slide on something in order, like, either shoot him like that, or, you know, just do this. Shoot him from here. Like, jump across, just do one diagonal shot before you even do anything else. And then slide and go, and you'll be fine. And, like, that guy you'll be able to despawn. Like, as long as you're comfortable with, like, these two block slides, you'll despawn that guy. Yeah, good call, Lightning. So, yeah, shoot him. Whoops. Gotta get closer to the wall, though. So, like that. And then, just slide on that, slide on this. That guy won't despawn either, so... Let's see, what's the strat here? Maybe, like... something like that? I don't know. Yeah, like, just... maybe don't even slide on this one, or if you do, like, jump out of the slide and shoot like that. So then you can slide here. It doesn't look like you can, but you can actually make that. I would just recommend, like, definitely trying to kill that dragonfly, because he will ruin your day. And then that strat is something that Nero came up with, and I think it's pretty cool for, like, safety. You can see what happens, like, if you don't kill him, but, like, jump up and shoot him, slide across, and then when you're jumping across here, just throw one at the top of your jump, and then you're golden. Yeah, some of this stuff, like, I've never done, and then some of this stuff, yeah, you don't want to shoot that late. That's a little dangerous. But yeah, okay, so jump up and kill this guy, slide off this one, and then across the two that are flat, like that, just jump and shoot one at the top of your jump. Slide off, and then right here, and then just do a normal jump. Wait for this guy to come down, get up the E-tank, and do that. So, that's how I would do this screen. If you don't want to do any single block slides, you utilize Shadow Blade to the best you can. It's got to be at the top of your jump, though, apparently, because Yeah. Yeah, just make sure you're at the top when you fire it. Otherwise, like, if you mess up and you, like, or if you're not comfortable with these strats, like, just do something like that. Like, just stand to the right of a block, and you won't get knocked off, like, but just don't stand here. Like, stand here, let yourself get knocked back, use your invincibility frames. Like, as a kid, that's what I did. It was just, like, anytime I was nervous, I would just do something like that. You know what I mean? Like, not super hard. So, just figure out what works for you. There's a lot of ways to get through this screen that are not super dangerous. So there's a Rush Marine strat, there's killing stuff with Shadow Blades, there's just taking deboosts, and then there's single block slides too, which I can cover here, but I don't really feel like that's... I think I'll probably have a separate video on this screen, because there's a lot of different strats you can do. Yeah, I would recommend Rush Marine if you're not doing single block slides, and I really wouldn't recommend single block slides to new players. What I would do is, as a new player, I would do single block slides that can't kill you. Like, there's one in Needle, there's one in Top, that, like, very first one, and, like, stuff like that. Like, try to do those ones, and then when you see yourself getting consistent at those, then start looking at these ones. Anyway, this section's kind of annoying with Shadow Blade. Personally, I do, like, a little up. I hold up and left, like, while I'm climbing the ladder, and then I do a little jump, and A plus B right there. Like, I'll do a small A plus B jump, and do something like that. You don't even have to slide here, just, like, and then get a little closer and do that. Like, try to shoot him right in his face, like that. If he gives you a low jump, this is much harder to do. Some people will also, like, do something like that, where they fire straight. That's okay too. But I don't know, for me this is more consistent. Their hitboxes are really weird when they're on the ground. So when they're on the ground, like, their hitboxes are like 2 by 2 pixels. It's tiny, like way smaller than you would think it should be. When they're in the air, they have like a big hitbox. And so, like, it's way easier to hit these guys when they're in the air. Anyway, this guy here, simplest way is to do that. Like, 1 buffer shot, 2 buffer shots, and just go. Like, it just puts him in the perfect spot so that when you need to jump over him, like, he's at the right part of his jump arc. The fastest way to do it is that, but that's really hard to do. Like, as your movement gets better, you'll want to do that, but this is like, this is the basic strat that pretty much everybody uses. Like, 2 Shadow Blades, do a small jump off the ladder, slide, and jump. You're good. Okay, so Shadow Blade fight. I'm going to teach you basically just the damageless Shadow Blade fight. So just get an idea of what it looks like. Okay. Now, this one is way easier said than done, because I've seen a lot of people struggle to do the damageless fight here, let alone the ones where, like, you take damage boosts and, like, alternate shots. A plus B inputs are your friend here. So, as you're following him, just do these tiny little A plus B jumps, and he'll shoot when you do. So if you're close to him, he'll just jump right over the bullet. So that's the first phase. There's 2 phases to the fight. So, like, A plus B jumps from close, and you'll jump right over the bullet. And that gets you through the first phase. Now he just walks around. He'll shoot a Gemini laser every so often, but this is the phase where he'll jump when you shoot. This is the part that, like, I think is really tricky for a lot of people. When you say the beginner route, do you mean, like, beginner strats, like the ones I'm kind of trying to show here? Because if so, I think, like, depending on your movement, I mean, you can get a 35 with these, but you probably won't. Like, if you're using these strats, you're probably looking to get, like, something in the 37 range. And then you just start kind of gradually adding strats in that are faster. Yeah, I think sub 40 is easily achievable with beginner strats. Yeah, I agree with Lightning. I think sub 38 without like difficult strats is not too hard to do. I mean, it's all relative. Like, some people have different aptitudes for this kind of game. But most of these things, like, with a little bit of practice, can be done. So anyway, like, just these A plus B inputs, that's how you want to do the first phase. So now, transitioning into the second phase is where it gets tricky. Okay, so, now he's gonna walk back and forth, right? So it's safe to jump over him, like, as he's walking. I mean, unless he stops and fires a Gemini laser, like, that's when you can get over him. Like, you can get over him while he's walking pretty easy. He doesn't move that fast. It's not like the first phase. If you shoot, he'll, like, if you do that, like, basically this is what you're trying to do. You're trying to alternate this shot and this shot. Like, right when he lands, he's not going to jump again, and that's the time to jump over him. Jump, shoot, and then A plus B input over him. A plus, whoops. Shoot him, A plus B. And then you're alternating. You're doing that again. Something like that. Like, as long as you know when you can jump over him, and that's basically like when he's landing from a jump. So if you see him coming towards you, like if he's coming back from this way, whoops. So we're gonna do it once here, and then let's say we want to do it once here. Oops, timing was wrong. But that's how you want to do it. Is like bait him up in the air, and then jump over him. You can do it when he gets in the corner also. If you do the second phase right, you'll never see the Gemini laser. But you can do something like that, like, if you stay close to him, like as he's walking away from you, then you'll always be able to jump over him, like when he's coming down to the ground. But to be honest, if I'm doing this fight, I'm gonna fight this part from the middle. Like I'm gonna something like that. Just alternating high and low shots, making him jump up when he lands, or sorry, shooting him when he lands, and then jumping up and throwing and making him jump up, and then repeating that. I'm going to show you the first phase again, because I remember there being a different first phase that's a little bit slower, but I've seen people have some consistency with. So here what they'll do is just get 2 hits on the ground, like that. So like here, so like you're not following him across the room, you're kind of staying in the middle, and you're just kind of like weaving. But this way you have to wait a little bit longer. Like wait till he gets a little close to you there, and then shoot before the other guy lands. Oops. Anyway. That's basically it, as far as the Gemini fight goes. If you want to see, like what a different first phase looks like, it's something like that. That's what I do now. I'm probably going to learn a slightly faster strat soon. But you have to do, like, these like, quick alternating shots there. And I really wouldn't recommend that for a beginner. So I would either do the one where you just stay close to him like this and do 2 shots going across, or I would do the one where you kind of like wait a little longer and then just kind of weave like that. I'll move on. A lot of times, I mean, this is just going to require practice. Like, it obviously looks a lot easier when someone's doing it that's done it 1,000 times. But just trying to give you an idea of like what it should look like, what kind of inputs you're making, and like slightly simpler ways to do it than what I do now. Because if you're watching the world record video, like the damageless fight, you're not going to see, and like the buffer jump over the stomper, you're not going to see. So, like hopefully this is providing like some alternate strats. Needle's a pretty simple stage with Magnet, actually. So this one's kind of a breather. You can menu like right when you land here. I have a habit of like sliding once and then menuing, just because I have a better visual on like trying to pause coming out of a slide than I do coming out of a teleport like that. But whatever you want to do, basically slide twice and shoot. Again, bullet slides are your friend, where you can just kind of shoot into a slide. Like I would really work on that. Jump up and shoot him. So, the most common mistake you're going to see in this screen is doing that. Because, like, you really slow down as you approach the top of your jump, so you got to make sure that you're actually clear of the ledge before you shoot. Like, almost, like, wait till you're at the peak of your jump. Anyway, same thing here and there. Just jump up and shoot them. Don't shoot the ledge. And then come down here. So, I like to menu here. Switch to Magnet. 1, 2 slides, and then fire. You kill him just for lag reduction. Honestly, you don't need to kill him. But it just turns out that it's a little bit faster to kill him than it is to not kill him. So 2 slides and shoot him. And then shoot him as you get close. Depending on your movement, so like 1, 2... I shoot him after 5 slides. If your movement's a little slower... it's okay to shoot him like there after 4 slides. 4 is totally fine. So 4 is probably safer because it like no matter what your movement is, after the 4th slide you'll probably be able to shoot and kill him. Now you're here. Shoot this guy on the way up. They take 1 hit from these, so it's actually really easy. They take 3 hits from Buster, so this part's kind of tricky in top first or Gemini first. But basically, you shoot him on the way up, slide across here, shoot him on the way up. Same thing. Really easy. Here, try to shoot on like even level with him or like slightly above. If you fire from up here, I guess that works too. It's really hard to miss this guy, I guess. Just if you shoot too late, he'll fire at you like from down here, and you don't want that. So I guess just shoot wherever. I try to shoot from like level height because I shoot that guy at level height also. Because if you shoot too high here, you'll miss. So I just try to shoot both of them level. And it'll help you if you ever switch to top first, because you shoot those guys level with Buster. So. Oh, whoops. That was dumb. Hopefully I can reset this dragonfly. Maybe. Okay, yeah. So the dragonfly will be here. Basically, okay, so you're gonna kill that guy. I'm gonna run out of magnet now. Do that. Jump over. And then land here. So, basically, like, right at the end of that last platform, just do a full A plus B jump. And you'll jump over the bullets and land on this platform. This is where this screen is faster than with Buster. This is, like, I would kind of recommend, like, practicing that single block slide, just because, like, if you fail it, it sucks, but it doesn't kill you. Like, if you're gonna do a single block slide, like, doing stuff like this, you'll start to at least get used to it. But anyway, if you don't, then just try to, like, shoot as you're kind of coming up here, and you'll kill him. If you shoot too early, like, from the ground, like this, it won't track, and so that's why I shoot, like, kind of up in the air like that. Jump off the right edge of the block, and then just kind of like roll A onto B. Like that. So like, look where, like, if you jump from the middle of the block, you're probably gonna have trouble killing him, like, cleanly. But if you, like, focus on the right edge, it'll be much easier to kill to make. So, just jump out kind of late here, and then shoot, like, kind of above the net, like that. And you'll get him. Anyway, with Magnet, you can actually kill this guy, because if you don't kill him, he basically follows you to the ladder, and if your movement is slow, he'll hit you. So, if you shoot while falling, you'll hit him, and then you're totally free to get to the ladder. So, that's that screen. Here, like, you basically just sliding, baiting out these needles, and then turning around. Nice. Go back, go forward, wait a little bit. I would just do 2 slides here. Okay, so now here, this is where it's kind of tricky. If you go too fast and don't wait, this guy will hit you. So like if you do 2 slides, if you don't slide on this platform, that guy will never hit you. I'd probably recommend doing that as a beginner. At least with this route. With other routes, you can pause right before it, and it'll like buffer his movement forward. But here, I would just do that, and he'll never hit you. So you can get 3 slides up on this platform, but I would probably just do 2, and then walk this, and then do that. This screen here, this guy's really annoying to kill with Gemini Laser. He's impossible to kill with Magnet, so I just damage boost it. Like, do a little hop off the ladder, do a full jump up here, and then slide when I land. Little hop, full jump, slide. And then you'll just go right through. And for whatever reason, like you're slow, like, you still have enough invincibility frames. It's not that bad. The damage boost isn't much slower than killing him. So I would just recommend doing something like that. So this one, these guys are way easier to kill with Magnet than Gemini Laser also. So you're gonna slide under the first one and kill him with 2 shots. If you try to fire early, it like tracks weird. You like you can do it, but or like you can fire from here, but like you just get like weird tracking. So like I try to get past the hammer ball, so like the Magnet doesn't try to track it. Or, you know what, if you want to do the A plus B off the ladder here, like just do a jump with A plus B, slide under this one, fire twice. Now, you only need 1 more shot to kill him, so. But what I used to do when I did this route was slide under him, and then just basically just mash Magnets when I came off the ladder. Just 2 here, and then just fire like crazy until him and the hammer ball die. But yeah, if you want to do something like that too, that's fine. Either way. And that's that. This guy you just damage boost. Something about like if you do 2 like semi-quick slides, you'll actually be out of your slide before you hit him and you'll get knocked back, which is a little slow. Or if you try to do 3 slides here, you'll get stuck in that slide animation, which I don't like either. So usually what I'll do is like I'll delay, and so like the end of my slide hits him, and that way I can slide again right when I'm at a knockback like that. I see a lot of guys get hit by this guy twice, so whatever you need to do to not get hit twice, if you're gonna just wait him out, you can just stand there and slide under him. If you're gonna try to slide under him, like your most likely mistake is try to slide too early. You have tons of time. Like once you see him up in the air, like you have all the time in the world to slide. So, like just don't slide too early there. But getting by without getting hit twice, like it's pretty critical that you kind of hit all your slides here. That you don't get knocked back here, and then you just like keep sliding as much as you can. So that's that. Switch to Gemini at some point before this fight, and then try to think of the safest way to teach this fight. So the best way to do it is, so like he won't do his first action until you shoot or like a couple seconds goes by. So like it takes him a while before he actually does something. So like you have all the time in the world to like get up there and position yourself, and then you're basically just trying to place a Gemini laser like right above his head, because he'll jump. His first move is always a jump. It could be a small jump or a big jump, but if you go and place a Gemini laser like right there, he'll always jump up into it. So that's a good way to start the fight. After that, you kind of have to react to what he does. So if he jumps small like that, just jump up and shoot again. What you'll find is that if his second move is a jump instead of a headbutt, your third shot might miss. So this is something that you kind of need to play around with, but like, the faster you go, like if I see him jump high, I just place one off the wall. So, like, you're jumping up and shooting him. You want to take a damage boost off his needles. So, basically I shoot him, and then I get prepared to jump again. Either I'm going to shoot, like, basically I'm going to shoot a shot at that height no matter what. Either it's going to hit him on the low jump, or it's just going to bounce up and hit him. And then I get ready, then, like, while I'm shooting that one off the wall, I jump up into his needles. I jump up into him like that, and then the really critical shot is the third one. So, like, these first two, get quick at doing them, so that you can hit him with that one. No matter what pattern he does, you want to be able to hit him on the ground with the third hit before he takes his second action. If he gives a headbutt, it's free. But if he jumps again, see, you gotta get that shot in before he jumps. If you're a little slower, that one will miss and it'll bounce around the room. So, jump up, shoot right here, shoot again, take the damage boost. A plus B, just shoot him again on the ground and then react to what he does the fourth time. If he jumps high, again. Anytime he jumps high, just do the bank shot off the wall. If he jumps low, just jump up and shoot him. If he does the headbutt, shoot him on the ground. There's another setup that checkers and some other people used to do, where like you start off with a double, and then the rest of this fight is basically the same. If you're gonna do that, do 2 full slides, walk a little bit, and do it from like right there. There's nothing wrong with this setup. It's a little slower, but you're like, you can see that like it'll hit any pattern. Still, the most important thing when you're doing this one is take that D-boost and make sure you get that third hit in before he jumps again. Like, jump up to meet the needle so that your knockback frames end before, so you can shoot quicker to hit the third one. So, that's all I have to say about the needle fight for now. That's one of those things that, like, if you're quick, it's easy. If you're slow, you have to figure out where you're being slow. I want to reiterate that, like, a lot of the best way to learn is to ask questions. So there is a Classic Mega Man Discord. If you're not familiar with its existence, you know, ask me or ask somebody else, and we'll make sure you get an invite to it. And then you can ask people, like, hey, I'm struggling with this, like, and kind of maybe give you some, like, individualized pointers, because it's hard to know, like, what someone's going to struggle with. I can only tell you what I've struggled with, which is in that fight, the third shot being too slow, which means my first 2 shots, I'm not being purposeful about like how quickly I'm getting them in. Okay, Snake. I do 2 slides, and then a full jump here, and then jump again to avoid that bullet. So, like that. If you stay in these slides too long, like, you need to kind of jump out of the second slide, like, halfway through it. If you stay in the second slide too long, you're just going to bonk that guy. And if you, like, jump out of the second slide as quick as possible, you're not going to make it. So, like, I would do a half-second slide. And try to land, the goal is try to land on, like, the left edge of that platform, so. And then you can jump again over the bullet. Like that. So, I jump off this ledge, slide jump, and then I just fall straight down. You can kill him without stopping, but it's just a lot more consistent to fall straight down and just kill him on the way down. Actually, it's even probably more consistent to, like, even before sliding here, just jump up and shoot twice. Like, fall straight down, kill him, jump up and shoot twice, and then just do a full slide. Anyway, so fall down, jump up twice, and get to here. A lot of people do a slide jump off of here. You can if you want to practice your single block slides, but it's not any faster. So I just jump up and shoot him twice, and then slide. So this guy here, if you jump right away, he's going to hit you. So I just wait. Like, I walk on that platform a little bit, and then jump towards the end, like right when I'm closer to the wall. You don't have to walk all the way into the wall, like that, but like you want to be getting closer to it, and then you can just do a tiny jump underneath him. For the Gemini route, no, you can do Snake earlier. It's just usually better for your menuing to do him either 7th or 8th. But you can put him elsewhere. Anyway, shoot him, slide, jump late. So here's where an A plus B jump is really helpful. So you'll slide off this ledge and you'll be down here. A plus B will hit him. Just jump up and fire. If you roll A to B like this, you're gonna miss. But if you do A plus B like that, or if you fire and then jump, like even if you roll B to A, it'll hit him. But basically you want to fire from the ground. And if you do, you'll hit him. After you hit him, you want to switch to Rush Jet. Like that. So, switch to Rush Jet, jump on, climb up here, and then, interesting thing about, like, ladders, like, you can grab them slightly above the screen, so I always try to grab them, like, right there. Versus, if you just, like, climb into the screen, so, like, look where Mega Man's hand is when I do this. Like, look at his top hand. It's, like, almost at the 4th rung down. It's, like, just barely over the 4th rung down. Whereas if you do like a little hop into the screen like that, it's above the 3rd rung. It's like a full rung higher to like jump above the screen like that. So minor thing, but like whenever you have the opportunity, grab a ladder above the screen. So, alright, there's a few different things you can do in this screen. I like to do that. Like, summon Rush, jump straight up, kill that guy, and then go. You get a lot less lag that way. Some people will, like, try to jump over the bullets and fire, which, that's the old strat. Or at least, that was the strat that I did, at first. I don't know if this is probably easier to do. You just gotta wait out the bullets, like, when you see them coming, or... It's probably just more of a timing thing. Because, like, if you see the first one and then try to jump, you're probably too late. But for me personally, I like doing that. Like, just manipulate the bullets up over your head, and then walk forward, and then jump onto Rush from there. Again, you only need, like, the very tiniest of jumps. You can just tap A to get onto Rush. But if you want to do that, that's fine too. So, here, pretty simple, just jump on Rush and hold upright. When you get to about here, this is when I start like just jumping off the top of the screen to remove Mega Man off the screen to reduce lag. So I'll do 1 full jump, 2 full jumps, and then I let go of A. Like during the screen transition, you don't need to hold anything. So like, I'm not holding A right now, and I'll still make it. So like, this is where you want to land, is right here. I've seen other strats where they do smaller jumps into the screen, like, and like try to kill this guy from down here, but I don't know. I think you're better off doing the real strat wrong and like taking a hit than you are doing that. That just seems kind of slow to me. So like, the real strat is to like do that, which admittedly that's not super easy to do. Like you're doing a tiny jump over the bullets and underneath the enemy. That's what you're trying to do. But like, even if you even if you do it wrong and like bonk that guy, I think it's still faster than like falling down to the bottom. So you can just practice this. It's just a little tiny A press. But if you can't do this, it's not a huge time loss, and it is hard. So don't stress it. Anyway, you try to kill this guy here. Basically, double tap A there, and then, or sorry, double tap B right here after 2 slides, and then double tap B on the way down. Sorry, so if you do get hit, like, it should look something like that. But yeah, double tap B, double tap B. So this is somewhere where I use that little rush cancel technique, because if rush is on the screen, he's going to cause extra slowdown. So like, I'm pushing start when I'm deciding. You see like rush yet, it's coming down from the ceiling, and then he's just gone. Because I'm pushing start. If you don't do that, it's not a huge deal, but it does save time. So just know that that strat is there. So you can like just kind of like fall in this gap, but it's saves very little time and is not at all easy to do. So I usually just slide all the way to the ladder and drop off of it. Just like that. This jump here, like, so you can just slide and do that, or maybe even just slide like this and then just walk off that one. But if you walk just a little bit here, you can jump out of the end of your slide and clear this, and this is just a little faster. So, something to keep in mind, like, this strat is faster, and if you fail it, it's not that bad, so, like, to me, unless you do that, if you jump out super early, like, you'll end up in that gap there. Like, if you end up there, you know you were way early. But anyway, you're just trying to do a full jump there and, like, kind of bonk your head. But again, if you just do that, that's fine. So anyway, on the ground, that's Choni's gap jump right there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I delay before the 6th slide. So 2, 3, 4, 5. You gotta delay to get past those guys. If you just do like, oh, I think my exposition might be messed up a little bit. But yeah, like, there's a really good chance he's gonna hit you if you don't delay a little bit. So that's where I delay. Like, I'll slide up to him and like walk a little bit, and then as long as you delay like while they're on the screen for a little bit, you'll get under him no problem. And then just jump up to the ladder. The old strat here was to summon rush it as you jump up and just go over this guy. Newer strat is to, you can go too fast here. Slide once and then bullet slide rush, like this, and then just do a tiny jump onto him. And like while I'm doing this, I'm just holding upright, like after I take the damage boost, just holding upright and I just tap A as soon as my knockback ends. And you'll get right on him. And he'll, like, you're just holding upright until you get here. Keep in mind though, like, if you continue holding upright when you get to this point, you'll grab the ladder. You don't want to do that. So like once you get up to like here, like just start holding right and not up. And then that way you can jump up the ladder too. That'll be faster than just climbing it from the bottom. If you fail to actually land on jet like that, then it's fine to just like continue and just grab the ladder. It's better than like going back. Like that's still okay. Anyway, this one, same thing. Just jump on rush, hold up left. If you time it right, you can actually like jump up the gap here. In theory. Like that, but it's, I don't know, it's kind of tight. It doesn't save a ton of time. So if you want to just grab the ladder here, what I used to do was just grab the ladder, just held up left. And that's totally fine to do as well. But you do have the slightly faster strat if you want to do something impossible. Here, okay, so here you want to kind of transition into the screen a little low. The other one you did a full jump into. Here, same thing, you get up to about that level, do a full jump, but then do a tiny one after. So like, full jump and then like half jump. You don't want to walk on the snake, you want to clear the snake just above his head. Anyway. I would do 5 slides. Like, same thing, just walk a little bit before you get to the enemy, slide, walk, slide, and then just make this jump. You can get 6 slides. My entry position to the screen is not so good. Yeah, so you can get 6, but really, like, again, just do slides, and right before you get to them, just walk a little bit, like that, and then just jump out after your 5th slide, like right when you get towards the end. There's a couple ways to do this section. The easiest way to do it is slide, and then like do a little slide cancel, because for all the other guys, you walk a little bit before you reach them. The problem with doing that here is that it puts you right there, and you don't want to be there, because you can't slide from this tile, and you'll grab the ladder. So that's why here, like, a slide cancel can be really helpful. So slide, and then, whoops. Slide, slide, and then cancel and slide again. And then you want to delay again a little bit before this guy. Get in the habit of delaying like your slide just a little bit before the pole vaulters. So this one, like, you don't even have to kill this guy, just go straight up and jump over him. Like that. Here, this, again, that's just, for some reason, like, all the single block slides can kill you in this game. Seemingly. But if you don't want a single block slide, just jump off ladder, jump again, another jump. It is faster to slide across and then summon rush here, but for me, when I was first starting, I just did this. I wonder if I can avoid spawning that cloud. Yeah, don't even jump until you get to, like, right here, maybe. So, because of the screen wrap that I was talking about before, like, you can actually summon clouds. So, like, look at this stack here. I did a full jump, and so it treated my hitbox as if I was at the bottom, and so it summoned a cloud for me to stand on. And there you can just see it, I got hit by, like, a cloud bullet that was at the bottom. So if you do a smaller jump over those, like, cloud stacks that are low on the screen, oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, so just turn the other way and your slide will end. So, like, you don't have to complete a whole slide if you just turn around. And then you can slide again. The other alternative there in that screen, if you don't want to slide cancel, is to just wait. Just wait for him to come to you, and then slide under him, like right when he's about to go over the top of your head. Anyway, so either do this slide and jump across. You can die there. Like, if you're not used to Mega Man 3 slide jumping, like, it's possible for sure to, like, jump too early. But it's fairly generous. I would at least try it, like, in practice before you decide to not do this jump. But yeah, if you die to it, you don't feel comfortable, just summon rush here. And then I do like a tiny jump there so I don't spawn that cloud. Otherwise, I'm just doing full jumps all the way across. Really easy. But little jumps over the low cloud stacks. And then when you get to the end, you switch to needle. Okay, so yeah, the jump is easier with the slide than without one. There's a reason for that, and that's because like you can go further off the edge of a platform with a slide than you can by just walking. And so slide jumps are always safer because of how far Mega Man hangs off an edge while sliding. Whereas if you're, like, you can see I'm just like barely making this one. Like barely making that. But with a slide, yeah, it's much easier. Okay, so let me get to the needle fight here. Or sorry, the snake fight. Actually, I might want to show different patterns, so I need to save state before the door. Sorry, out of curiosity, I want to see how difficult this is now. Yeah. That one needs some practice. The setup where you slide jump under the cloud bullets there saves a little over a second. But it's dangerous enough that it's not in my world record run. So I wouldn't recommend it. So here's how I like to start this fight. I like to start it with a bullet slide. And then I like to shoot another one like as he's jumping up and then jump over him. I'm trying to do this like without shooting the extra lag shots. Because usually what I do is just A plus... Whoops. Okay. I usually just do an A plus B to jump over him. Like that. And I shoot a couple extra shots, but actually I don't even think that lags. I don't think it's a big deal. So I'm getting, hold on, I'm gonna try to manipulate the pattern that I get. Okay, so this, I think I'll get the best pattern from this save state here. Basically once you're on the right side, you can kind of react to the pattern that he's doing, so... kind of like, the thing is, like, the way I do this fight, I probably wouldn't recommend. So I'm trying to, like, figure out the best way. But, like, really the best advice I can give for this fight is get those first 3 shots in. Like, practice these 3, because the rest of the fight you can kind of just react to what he's doing. But you can do 1, 2, oops. If you're fast, you can do 1, 2, 3. Slide towards him, jump over him, and then turn around and shoot him. And now you're on the right side, and you can just see where he's going, and you can just shoot, just shoot him based on what he's doing. There's 3 patterns he has. He can either shoot snakes in the middle like this. Oh, it's messing up again. Like, that's sort of how that pattern is supposed to work. I'm gonna have to reset my Nintendo again, or power it off or whatever. I see Fatso will like fight him entirely from the right side, no matter like what pattern he gives him. I think Prissy might do something similar. But like that's kind of what you want to do for the middle snake pattern. Get over him and fight him from the right. It'll be way easier. If you miss, it's not a, like... Maybe. The NES doesn't feel hot on the outside. Give me 1 sec. Let me try to fix this. Well, that was a pain. Anyway, sorry. So, basically, just work on that part of the fight. The rest you'll kind of like get a feel for over time. But like this sets up the rest of the fight. And if you just fight him from the right side like that, you can kind of just react to what he's doing, and you can always end the fight in the middle. Like that. So. So, just do that. Try to get a different pattern. Yeah, my luck with technology is legendary. Anyway, moving on from Snake. That's kind of what you should do in that fight. I'm gonna do Spark, and then I'm gonna break it here, and we'll do the second half another time. And then what I'll probably do is I'll like upload it to YouTube and like kind of link each stage. So if someone's looking at a specific stage, they can kind of see like how the screen's supposed to go. This screen is pretty simple. Just make sure that guy dies. So this just requires good timing to get past this guy. Just jump off the ladder, slide right away, and then jump. Like if you don't get the slide in, you won't make it. So as long as you get a slide and you're not too terribly slow, like even, that was like way slow off the top of the ladder, and I still made it. So as long as you get this slide in, you should be able to beat that guy. Whoops. Just don't slide into him. And then do a full jump and shoot that guy. You don't have to do full, but like if you shoot at the height of your jump, you're pretty much guaranteed to hit him. So unless you jump like really early, like if you're here, well, you still even get him. So yeah, just full jump and shoot him. Here, you kind of shoot on the way up, and you're jumping all the way across, like that. If you jump from like back here, you could die. So like try to make sure that you're jumping off like the right edge there. You have a pretty big grace period here. If you don't want to do this jump across, you could do something like that, but I don't know. I think I always did this, so I probably wouldn't baby it. Anyway, so then basically you slide, jump, shoot at the top, and then shoot at the top again. Like basically these guys you want to shoot like almost when you're on your way down. And then I switch to magnet right here. So here, I shoot off the ladder. Some people will shoot 2 shots here. I don't like this as much. It's not failing me now though, so I'm not sure. I just remember like 2 shots can hit on the same frame or something. So usually what I'll do is I'll shoot 1, and then I'll shoot 1 there. So jump and shoot, jump, jump and shoot. And he dies pretty easy. And then slide and jump from there to the ladder. If you miss, you can just jump from the bottom one. But just do that. Okay, so here, you can get 4 slides here. I think that's a little risky for most people. Most people should do 3, and then just walk. And like, if your jumps off the ladder are bad like that, yeah, I still think you're fine. I think 3 slides here is pretty safe. And then just walk on it a little bit, let it go up, until it's like, you know, maybe even with the next platform. No, I guess you want to jump before that. Yeah, just watch Mega Man. Like, basically, if he's on this, like, the right half of the block, like there, you're fine. So, as soon as he crosses over, like, the center part of the elevator, just go ahead and make the jump. Slide off that one as soon as you land on it. And then walk on that one for a little bit. So this is the easiest way to die here for me. And that's, if I try to jump right away, like right when I land, to give an example of it, you won't make that one. So you can walk on the bottom one longer than you think. Like you have that long before you fall off of it. So like, walk a full step and then jump. Or if you're not feeling comfortable with that, just wait but I mean the window is pretty big. So depending on, you know, how comfortable you are, basically just walk on it a little bit. Oops. Or just wait there, and then slide off that one as soon as you land on it. Anyway, from here, you do 2 slides. This slide here is a killer. I lost a lot of runs at this when I was learning. So like, you can do a little slide jump here, but I would treat that like a single block slide. If you're not doing single block slides elsewhere, I would just not slide here at all. I would just do like 2 slides and then just do that. Just walk. If you are going to slide here, keep in mind, it's a really laggy section, so this timing will be a little later than your other single block slides. Anyway, this guy with magnet, I just deboost. Just slide into him. You have plenty of health for this stage, so I wouldn't worry about that. This screen, I mean, this screen's really easy, it's just drops can throw you off. But the trick is, you don't want to really overshoot here, because you want to have 4 magnets left for this next, for the screen at the bottom. So I do something like that. I shoot 1 off the ladder, 1 when I land, and then slide. And then I shoot another 1 when I slide. So basically I'm doing 2 bullet slides, and then I jump and just kind of mash. Like I shoot as many as I can right there. And then do like more bullet slides. That's kind of my goal for that screen. If I have more than 4 magnets, I'll shoot 1 so that I only have 4. I want to mash here and not worry about shooting an extra magnet, because the extra magnet will lag the game. So just get kind of up close, just mash, and then just keep going. So something to keep in mind with these like little jump blocks is that if you slide on the edge of them, basically they clip you back like that. So there I slid on the end, and it actually knocked me off. So you don't want to land on like the very left edge of those. Try to slide from like a little bit further into them, like that. The other thing to note about these is that if you get stuck behind them, like let's say you screw up, and like now you're here, and like let's say you're out of magnets. This is actually like a really tricky situation to get out of without taking a lot of damage, because the next one will just keep coming and keep coming and keep coming. They take 8 hits, so what I'll usually do is like do it so I can kill both of them at once. Otherwise you're kind of relying on the fact that like, hold on. You're kind of relying on that. And like, that can do a lot of damage, so depending on your health, you may or may not want to do that, but if your health is low, you can just do it so, or maybe even you can use like Shadow Blade. Oops. Because they'll take 4 hits from Shadow Blade. Because the junk block's falling, I don't think you're gonna hit 2 shots on the same frame. Just because of the way like your trajectory is versus the way its trajectory is. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Well, then you would jump, but yeah. If you happen to get stuck behind those guys, like, you're obviously going to have to change weapons. Since you have to go to Shadow Blade anyway, it makes sense to try to kill, like, so like I'll do this, and then kill this guy, and like if I mess up that, and then that happens, like now I'm switching to Shadow Blade, I'm going to do something like that. Like, just basically try to hit them both with Shadow Blade so they die around the same time, so that you don't have one just dropping on you as soon as you kill the bottom one. So that's kind of the plan there. Okay, this screen. This screen is like a casual nightmare, because like if you're trying to do it like intended, you're like, yeah, right? Like there's just, it's really scary to do the screen slow. So the easy way to do it is, any elevator block, don't slide on. Slide off the pillar, walk off this one, slide off the pillar, walk off that one. That's it. Just go underneath everything. Before it spawns and can come after you. Just walk. You can slide jump that, but I wouldn't, again, you know, it depends on how comfortable you are with single block slides. This is kind of a laggy one, so you want to jump out of this one late if you're going to do it. But really, I would just slide on that, and that's it. Those are the only two slides you need to do. Because you have to, you can't walk off that one. But you can walk off this. You can walk off this. I'm not sure if you can walk off that one. You can. So you don't even need to slide there, but you should, because why not? The only one is don't do a full jump there. But if you do, you'll survive. But the other ones are like basically this one is a full jump. This one is a tiny jump. And then this one's a full jump. The thing to keep in mind about the last jump, very similar to that one elevator block I was talking to you about before, you don't want to jump off of it as soon as you land on it, because you won't make it. You have to walk on the bottom one for a little bit. But you don't want to wait on it either, so this one I would still no stop it, but just make sure you walk on it for at least that long. Like, that had plenty of time. Okay, so spark fight. Okay, sorry. I was reading chat. Basically this guy can do one of 4 patterns. He can do 1 jump, 2 jumps, 3 jumps, or 4. He can jump all the way to here. The way I deal with it, and you should have enough health to do this. So this shot is kind of specific. You slide all the way up to the wall, and then like I don't think I do an A plus B. Let me see. Yeah, I roll A to B. Like I kind of shoot it like at head height. Like I push A and then B, and if he jumped again, this would hit him. But if you see him stay there, I just do that. Just shoot him from there. Actually, let me show you what this pattern looks like. Like you can kill him while jumping up. If you're a little slow, like say you don't get that shot in, like you can jump up and get the last hit up there. Because you're trying to get 3 hits in on this pattern before he hits you, like that. If you do, you can kill him like that and jump up to the top. If you don't, like let's say you just get 2 like that, go 1, 2, 3, oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm slow. Whatever. Either way, it's something like that. Just jump up to the middle and try to shoot the last one up there. If you're fast, you don't need to do that. You can kill him all before he jumps again. Sparkman does 4, his giant spark does 4, his little spark does 2. So like there's not a lot of damage being dished out by this fight. I want to show you a pattern where he jumps more. Okay, this is the best pattern you can get. Let me see if I actually have it locked in here. What? I wonder if I'm getting a different RNG when I hold right. Okay, so basically any pattern where he jumps more than once, I try to take a damage boost right here. I'll just jump into him. And then I'll react to where he's at and just throw the Shadow Blade at him from that platform. So this is the best pattern. I take a second damage boost so I can end the fight in the middle. But basically, like, that first shot is the hardest part about this fight, and then I just jump into him so that I can stand where I want to, like while he jumps over me. Like, I don't have to move off the platform. If you don't take the damage boost, and he does like more than 2 jumps, why will he not do that? So I end up getting hit twice when I do it that way. Whereas if I choose where I take the damage, I can only get hit once, rather than letting him jump onto me. So that's about it for 8 robots. I think on another day I'm going to cover docks through Wily, and that'll probably be a similar length to this. Wilies are pretty simple, the docks are a little bit more complicated, but we're talking about the same amount of length in the game, so it should be about this long. So we'll probably end up with like 2 4-hour videos or something. Does anybody have any questions before I cut stream? Yo, iDuck, what's up? Yeah, hopefully this is useful. Yeah, Kyle Precise also has a tutorial. He's done the full game, and he did kind of a similar thing, like showing a lot of, you know, beginner and intermediate strats and stuff like that. Oh, that's right. Okay, so top first. Yeah, let's cover a couple of the top first things. Whoops. I need a save state for that. Let's see what's worth covering here. I guess we can start with top. Okay, so this is all going to be the same. Like, however you want to do this section. Basically, the same as I described it before. The part that's going to be different is once we get to the cats. Okay, so if you're trying to mash this first cat, you want to shoot one while you're falling, like right into his jaw. Like his hitbox is kind of like right in there. You can see that like that kind of shot is gonna miss. That one's fine. Like basically like about halfway down the screen is where you want to fire. And then as soon as you land, you want to jump up and shoot again as much as you could. You can tell that like I'm kind of backing, like I'm coming towards him to like get more shots in. And then I'm like backing up so I can like jump over his yarn ball. Like I'm going left and then jumping back right. And then you get up there. Yeah, Brett, I am. I'm gonna upload this to YouTube and we're gonna timestamp like by stage. A common thing that you see from people that are trying to mash this is like shooting this yarn ball here. So like you're kind of timing your jumps, so you're getting your shots into the cat and not into the ball. So like if you wait here, like some of those shots are not hitting. But yeah. And then, so this screen's going to be different. For this one, I really recommend just backwards damage boosting. Like, jump up high over the top and then just turn before you land on it. And then you can get through him pretty cleanly. If that one is not your cup of tea because you don't like backwards damage boost, you can shoot. Oops, that was weird. You can kind of like shoot the top, but you can see it's not quite as effective that way. If you really like to mash, you can, because this is a masher's route, you can try to do that, which is a little bit faster, but really, in my opinion, like your best bet here is that. That's going to be about as, that's going to be pretty clean and not too slow. So this screen, you don't get the benefit of the shot while falling, so you have to get your all 10 hits in your 3 jumps. So something like that. I try to walk a little bit. Like, I don't try to jump right away. I don't think it puts me in like a good position to jump over this guy, but like I feel like I get a little bit better rhythm when I walk forward to here. Because what it's doing is it's setting it up to be like very similar to the second cat when I walk forward. Go back and do something like that. Like walk a little bit left. So that's, if your mashing is like 2 shots per jump, like, I'm trying to think of what that would look like. It would probably be like something like that. Like, if that's your cat, then that's okay. But you're probably losing the time that you're gaining by doing this route. But if you like top first and you're not a masher, it's not like you can't do it. You just have to just make sure you like jump over those guys. But yeah, mashing is one of those things that like the more you do it, the better you'll get at it. So, oh, one thing I didn't mention before, like if you're trying to slide and jump up this ladder, if you're like still holding down when you get to the end, you'll like grab it. So like try to jump before you get there. And then I'll show you the magnet fight, because pretty much everything else is going to be the same. Or sorry, the top fight. Okay, so this fight has no randomness to it. So I try to time these first 3 shots and then jump over. A lot of people will just mash, but I don't like that at all. Actually, if you're gonna mash, you're gonna walk towards him, I think. Something like that. And you can take the hit from him, but you can get all 3. Like, basically you're trying to hit him 3 times here. And I'm hitting him 3 just by walking towards him and mashing. I don't know if some people do this and then slide away. If your health is fine though, it's not really a big deal to get hit. But anyway, mine is just timing 3 shots. Let's see, I missed. Now that I mashed, I can't do it any other way. Okay, so the reason why I do this phase this way, let me save state before this phase. I save state a little late. Yeah, this is gonna be really tough. Anyway, like, you try to hit him, like, right when... You try to hit him, like, right when he becomes vulnerable again. Like, basically, like, he's... I'm gonna try to get a better save state. Sorry. Okay, so we'll do Cassio's fight here. See, I still don't like that, but it shouldn't be that hard to do. Oh, I didn't save state! Okay. Alright, I'm going to show you 2 fights. So this one's mine. Basically, you jump over him, you want to shoot him right away. And then you want to, like, damage... Oh, goodness. Actually, I'll just do it with mashing here, too. Just to give you an idea. No, I don't like that either. So yeah, sorry. So if you want to time your shots, like jump up into it, and then backwards damage boost so that you're really close to him. Like, you want to be very close, and you want to get the shots in as soon as he's vulnerable. If you're doing something like this, get those 3. And you can do something like that. I would recommend watching like Casio or Elo's PB if you want to see like how to do this fight with like mashing and damage boosting. Because like that'll be my fight. But it's most of it is personal preference. It's gonna be like a little bit slower to like try to shoot one shot from there because he's traveling faster than your bullet is. But the main thing to remember is just like, oh, you have to be further. Because you want to stay close to him. You know, you can do something like that. As long as you get the 3 cycle, it's really a big difference. He takes 14 hits. You can get 3 hits here. You can get 6 hits here. And you can get 6 hits here. So basically you can miss 1 shot in the fight and you can still get a 3 cycle. Most people will find it easier, I think. To do something like this. So just pick one. Basically. Just realize you can miss one. Oops. Let's see. I kind of don't. Okay, so let me do shadow. But I'm probably not gonna go in depth on pair shoes. I'm just gonna kind of show you how to. What's a good shadow save state? Probably show like how to just survive with topspin. Alright, whatever. Let's do the stage. That guy is a jerk. That's a really good fight for me. Okay, so, oh shoot. This part is a little different as well, because you don't use magnets here. This is going to be thrown off a little bit, because when I respawn, it's going to be like right here, which is different than where I would normally be, but basically, like you're gonna get, when you slide off this ledge, if you do like normal sliding, you should be able to just like shoot him from right there. But here I'm going to have to delay because I'm closer. Oops. Oops. And then after that I do another bullet slide. And that'll hit him. And then I'll shoot. From like, I'll kind of jump like right here. Basically, you want to hit these guys like right as they're jumping. But if you can't do that, like your shot needs to be like kind of specific. So like you're trying to hit like this area, right? Like right there. Like just above. Like right there, we'll hit them when they're on the ground. And that's why it's kind of hard to kill these guys with Buster. Magnet gives you a lot, but like a little bit more leeway. But you're basically just trying to shoot them before they start jumping from like far enough away, like pretty much before you've loaded them onto the screen. Oh, another way to do this, I've seen other people do this, is just shoot, like jump and shoot like 3 shots here. Like, rather than do the bullet slide here and hit that guy, I would still do that because it hits him, it's pretty free. I need to, okay, from here. Like this one. And then just like shoot a couple shots here. Like that's probably your best bet. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll do that. So just shoot a bunch. Jump from here, like jump like right after the line. So like right there. And then when you land on here, jump immediately. Here, if you jump immediately, you may or may not hit. Whoops. So you want to do like a slide first. And then jump and shoot. So like, yeah, if you're shooting a bunch of shots there, you'll probably hit them. So I would pretty much just do that. And then so when I slide off of here, I'm switching to top. You can make this little slide jump there, but it's also kind of risky, so if you want to just do this, this is fine. So the dangerous jumps to make, like let's say you're just trying to do this. That one right there, and then this one, are kind of dangerous, because like, if you try to jump right away here, he's going to hit you. Like, he's just going to swing right into you. So you kind of have to wait till he goes back the other way. Same thing here, see what I mean? Like, he comes in and swings right to where you need to be. And that's not all of the pair of shoes, but it's like every other one. So like, you have to wait him out, and then wait him out. But you can go on the other ones. And you can go on that one. And you can go on that one. So that's the first. So we're gonna call this is the first guy. You have to wait out the second. And you have to wait out the fourth. But otherwise, you can just kill them and go. So that's like the absolute easiest way to get through there. It's not super fast, but if you want to do this route, just know, wait on the second and wait on the fourth. And you can get through here no problem. If you're trying to be faster, like, I'm probably going to have a different tutorial just that goes through, like, this more detailed. Like, if you want to do wiggles, or if you want to, there's a couple other methods that I have. But, yeah. That's my recommendation here. Just walk it, and just wait on those 2 guys. No big deal. Something I want to show off, like in case for some reason like you run out of topspin and you die to this guy, and now you have to Buster him, and like now you have to beat him with Buster, or else you're risking a game over and have to redo the stage. Just want to give an idea of like how to try to fight him. So like on the 3rd pattern is when he does his thing. And so, like, there I'll try to be, like, moving away from him, so then I can kind of see what he's doing. And then if he's getting close to me, so, like, actually, I'm not even going to shoot him. 2, whoops. This is where you would slide under him. So then 1, 2, I'm sliding away from him. And then before the 3rd jump, 2, 3, slide, I jumped too early, but... See, you can kind of see when his pattern is coming, and it gets a little easier. So the Shadow Blade and him only do 4. He does 6 damage to you while he's sliding. So like, you don't want to get hit by the slide. If your goal is to just guess, so like, let's say... Like, if he backs you into the corner and you don't want to try to do the slide under him, just like, guess that he's going to do Shadow Blade, because... that one's gonna do 6, so you'd rather not get hit by that. So like, I'd rather jump into him and get hit there and take 4 damage than get hit by the slide and get 6. But yeah, so this one, 2 jumps, 1, 2, he's coming. 1, 2, 3, he's coming. 1, 2, get under him, because you need more space on this side. 1, 2, get under him. 1, 2, 3, he's coming, get away from him. 1, 2, he's in the middle of the room, I want to get away. 1, 2, middle of the room again. 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, he's over on the side, so I can just get away from him. 1, 2. So like, you can dodge him fairly easily once you just get used to what he can do. And then, you know, hitting him with shots is another thing, but once you know how you want to fight him, his pattern is not so bad. I know he's like probably the hardest Buster fight of the Robot Masters, but like, if you practice a little bit with like just looking for the 3 jumps and just keeping him on one side of the room, this fight gets a lot easier. Anyway, sorry, I thought I'd throw that in there just in case. Alright, let's see. Next up would be Gemini. I'm not even sure that I want to cover, like, I think I covered what I want to cover in Gemini. Because you have Gemini either way. I mean, sorry, you have Shadow Blade either way. You don't have Magnet for this, but I don't know. Let's see. Then Needle. Oops. I want to at least show... Wait, what the heck? Okay, there we go. I want to show what Screen 2 looks like with Buster, and then like what the Gemini laser strats look like at the end. Yeah, I'll go Needle, and then Magnet, and then Hard, and then I'll be done with top first. I guess I could show the Gemini Buster fight, but if you're wondering how to fight Gemini Buster, how I fight Gemini Buster only, like if you're not doing like the crazy wiggle shoot Buster shots both ways, I basically fight him like I fight him with Shadow Blade. Like the damageless fight that I showed, I fight him the same way, Buster only. I think there's better resources to look at to see like how to fight him like the super fast way with Buster, but it's pretty hard to do. But if you look at like Vson's PB or something like that, you'll be able to see it. Okay, so instead of switching to Magnet, we switch to Buster here. So I do 4 slides here. If your movement's a little slower, I don't think it'll quite work out, so I would probably do something like that. Like instead of doing a bullet slide, I would just shoot them all from there. What I like to do here, because what's really difficult is that. Like, this is the ideal way to do this screen with Buster, but I don't do that in my PB. I actually kind of, like, try to shoot a helper shot, like that, and then jump up and shoot 2 more. I find that a little easier to do. Or you can just do something like that. If you don't want to slide, like, that's pretty safe. So, one of the 2 ways, like, whatever you feel like you can handle. Anyway, so then once you're here, you can jump up and shoot 3, or jump up and shoot 2, and then shoot 1 more. You don't even have to slide here, you can just walk and do it. So it's just how comfortable are you with, like, you know, short little 2-tile slides and jumping. It's a lot of inputs to do it this way, but then, you know, that's effective as well. Sliding off, you have to kind of shoot him like, you want your shot which is level with him. If you shoot too high, you actually can tink, I think. I think it's like a sub-pixel, but basically, like, you want to shoot him just right there, just right level with him, and then jump up. Again, you can either single block slide here, or you can just jump up. Same thing with this guy, shoot him kind of level as you're falling. Like that. So here before we would jump over with the magnet. Obviously we don't have that now, so what I do here is just fall, and then wait for the bullets to go by. Again, shooting him as you're falling, level with him. If you slide off the ledge here, like that, you won't get hit by the bullets, you can just hold right. But if, like, your movement here is bad, and you slide from, like, there, you're gonna get hit. So just keep that in mind. You might, like, depending on your movement, you might, like, if you're sliding from, like, there, you might need to, like, stop a little bit or something. And then killing this last guy is basically the same as it was with Magnet. If you want to do the slide jump, you can. If not, basically, you want to jump from the right edge of this. Can I reload him? Can't. Oh, it's no longer overcast. You would, like, do something like that. Just make sure you're on, like, the right edge of the block, and then just roll A onto B. And it'll kill him. So, once you do that, you're up here. This guy is, you can beat him with good movement. What some people do is, like, jump, and it, like, kind of manipulates him up. So if you do that, you can get past him easy. Or, like, to be honest, if you just do that and get hit by him, that's fine too. Like, health is not a huge concern in this stage. It only is if, like, if you hit, like, the porcupine and then the hammer joes and then, like, get hit twice by the stomper, then you're dead. So if you want to, like, kind of jump up high and manipulate this guy so he doesn't hit you, that's a perfectly okay thing to do. And then, so this is mostly going to be the same. Again, I would just do the 2 slides here, but now since you have the switch to Gemini Laser anyway, before I just said walk on this so you don't get hit there, but here you can actually, you can slide jump, and then if you menu here, you can actually not interrupt your movement, because the needle will go down, like, while you're teleporting out of the menu. So, little added bonus. It makes this section a little safer, or at least you can get a little bit better movement. But not a big deal either way, so. This kill is not easy at all. But basically, like, you do a tiny hop off the ladder, and then while you're jumping up, you try to shoot one underneath his needle. Like, over the platform, because that's bad, you don't want that. And then if you shoot it, like, at the top of your jump, it's going to hit that. If you do this, then what I would do is shoot the next one too, and then jump over. That said, that might mess up your laser count for Needleman. If you did that, I would probably damage boost the next screen. Or, like, if you accidentally kill this guy, just slide into it. Like, maybe don't waste another laser here. But if you're able to sneak it under like that, then you're just basically watching for the porcupine to explode. As soon as it explodes, you can shoot another one. You can only have one laser on the screen at once. But if you want, you could just do the same thing you do in Magnet and just damage boost this guy. It's not that much slower. It's like half a second. This next screen is really hard with Gemini Laser also. So, most people, like the old way, is shoot one from here, shoot another one, and then... Oops, hold on. You're doing basically a bunch of bullet slides. And so that's the way to do this with laser. The faster way is to slide under here first, and then shoot 2. But that's not that great either. Oh, for the porcupine tiki? Here, let's see. You sure? Either way, you kind of have to sneak it under the needle. But, like, if you're gonna do that, I would just take the D-boost. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you meant something different. Oh, or do you mean... Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Well, either way, if you're gonna damage boost this screen, this is Needle's bust or Eldra's Buster only Needle strat. Where you just take the damage boost here, you take a damage boost at the ladder, and then you jump over that one. This is if, like, shooting these shots doesn't work out for you, which, admittedly, this is, like, very hard to do. So, like, if you just want to take the damage boost here, take it here, and then jump there, that's another thing you can do. So those are a few different ways you can do that screen. And then the rest of this is going to be the same. Let's see. So, magnet. I don't know where my save state is here. Okay, this works out pretty well. So, basically, just like in Magnet first, you would have Buster all the way here. The difference now being that you want to switch to Rush Jet before you enter this screen. If you enter... Just to show you what happens if you, like... Whoops. If you switch to Rush Jet after you get in here, you're like, oh, shoot, I need a Rush Jet. Then you try to summon him, and you get clipped back like that. So if you're in Rush Jet already, it's a lot easier. Be careful not to summon Rush Jet too early here, because if you do, sometimes you can get stuck in the ceiling. Like, you don't want to summon him, like, on the very first frame. It's like a sub-pixel thing, though, too. Like, you need to be kind of unlucky also. But to be on the safe side, like, allow yourself to travel just a little bit further, and then you can get under. But basically here, you just fly across. Like, it's not too complicated, this screen with Jet. There's little lag reduction things, like wait till the blocks go away to go down here, and then when you slide off of here, start cancel rush, so that he goes away. But then this part's exactly the same. Oh, whoops. Started a different cycle. But yeah, you just hold right, go down a little bit, so that you can jump on here, start cancel rush. Just slide off those 2 blocks only. You don't really need to slide down here. Like, this only saves time if you're, like, perfect with it. And then here, now that you have Jet, you don't have to just climb the ladder slow. You can actually do that. Like, jump onto Rush, and then jump again. If you ride him all the way up to the top, it's slower because there's lag. That was like the old strat. But like, just jump on him and jump again, and you save a little bit of climbing time. And then I usually switch to Shadow Blade. Oh, sorry. You can jet the entire thing. Sorry, I probably should have mentioned that. So, like, I got off of Rush so I could get a couple extra slides here. But if you wanted to, and a lot of people do this, you can just jet over this last section if it's giving you trouble. It's a little laggier and you don't get a couple slides, but like you can just jet this, that's not a problem. And then you can just jump up here. Anyway, yeah, so that's an alternate strat there. So here, basically you want to switch to Shadow Blade before you get to this room. And then, if you just get to the top of the ladder, and then full A plus B jump. Hold up and left as you're climbing, and then as you get to the top of the ladder, A plus B. Really easy. If you do it too early, that might happen. So just make sure you get to the top of the ladder and do that. I don't slide on the next block. I don't really think it's worth it. So just walk, jump to here, slide, and then just jump up. Really easy. Here, because like so in Magnet first, you would do that kind of deboost to save health. It's slightly faster to do that to actually deboost the Springer here, but whatever you're comfortable with, as long as you don't get hit twice in the screen, you're doing it fine. There's two patterns Magnet can give you. He can jump or he can shield. So that's basically the pattern for. That's what you do if he jumps. At the start of the fight, do a short slide and just shoot right away. It's weird how I'm holding right and getting like different patterns. But yeah, and then like I try to do something like that where I turn around. So like as soon as I do this throw, turn. Like turn to the left, keeping in mind that if you're perfectly still, you'll turn right away. So slide, throw, turn, jump up and hit him, and then use your invincibility frames, go right with him, and shoot him 2 more times. Like just try to stay in his hitbox, because then when you throw it, like it'll be really easy. You don't have to aim it; it'll just like appear right on him. That fight's not that bad to do. Just gotta get used to. The hardest part for me is actually the turn, because like if you're holding right when you try to turn, like you won't turn the way you want to. So like land straight, so that you can just tap left to turn. I'm gonna try to get a jump pattern just to show. You'll start the fight off the same way, but then you'll just throw one up there. You can actually, so with this pattern, you can kill him up in the top left. It's just not really faster to do it. Oops. It takes his explosion bubbles longer to leave the screen, and yeah, you're better off just getting one hit while he's up there. Whoops. Nice. So that's what happens when you try to jump out of your knockback frames too soon. But then just get to the middle, jump up into that last magnet, and throw a horizontal one. His explosion sprites will leave the screen sooner if you kill him there. There's other versions of this fight, but I don't know that there's a definitive faster version. Like there's a version that's faster on that pattern, but I don't know that it's faster on the other pattern yet. So anyway. One more. We'll show Hardman. Oops. There's a couple different things in Hardman with top first. Particularly, I would say the Bs in the first screen are a lot easier. Nice. Okay. So here, with Magnet first, you did 3 slides and did your first Magnet. Here, you're doing 4 slides. So switch to Shadow Blade. Again, menu-wise, B to change pages, really easy. When there's no snake there, we push right, it goes to Rush Coil. And then because Rush Coil and Shadow are like adjacent to each other in like the vertical menu, treating like Shadow is 3, Coil is 4, you can just push up. So this menu is just start, B, right up, and you'll go to Shadow Blade. So 1, 2, 3, 4 slides, full jump. Throw an upright Shadow Blade at the top of that jump. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can even mess up. Like as long as you do the full jump and throw it there, he'll track into it. It won't be too hard to hit him. But I would recommend menuing before you start any of that. Okay, so then you get here. So then you slide. This next big kill, basically, I do something like that. Jump on that one, jump again, and shoot up. Because anything else, I think is going to be a lot tougher to do. So like, I try to jump on like the left edge of this, like, and then jump again. If you end up here, you can miss him. Let me see. Nah, it still hits him. As long as you jump off of here and like don't try to cut your jump too short. Again, kind of throwing like towards the top of wherever your jump is. It's not too hard to hit him, so. And then slide again. Now here, this B that's a pain in the other one, really easy here. I do a little slide there, but you can just walk a little bit. Excuse me. And then again, another upright diagonal. So, all three die to upright shadow blades. Like that. And so, then you switch to coil. Sorry. And the rest of this is the same until you get to the proto fight. Okay, so I start this fight the exact same. Hold right, shoot the 3 shots here, try to land on the edge. When I get right here, I switch to magnet and just mash the crap out of him. The one thing you want to be careful of is you still need to save magnets for Hardman. So you want to make sure you get enough hits in with Buster. Basically, he has 28 health, so if you shoot him 14 times with Buster and 7 times with Magnet, you'll have exactly enough for Hardman. That's a little scary. Like, you don't want to cut it that close. So really your goal is to kind of shoot him like 18 times probably at least. But if your mashing's a lot slower, so like I'd probably do like I used too many there. Let's see. I don't know. Just know that Magnet does twice as much as Buster does. So you have to switch to Magnet anyway. So you can get the kill a lot faster that way. That said, just be careful because of ammo constraints. That's kind of the main point I wanted to make there. So as far as everything that's different from Magnet first and Top first, that covers it. So I think that's about it. Does anybody have any questions before I wrap up? We'll do Dark Roblox and Wily on another day. Okay, so the idea here is I'm gonna upload this to YouTube, and then in the information section have like tags that go to the beginning of each stage. So basically, at the top of this, I covered like a lot of mechanical stuff, and so like that'll basically have its own section, and then I'll just say magnet or hard top, whatever, and you can go directly to that section if that's what you're looking for. And then I'll put the top first stuff at the end, like that you can check out these stages top first. So it should be easier to navigate than like one 4.5-hour video or whatever. But yeah, I think if nobody wants to say anything else about 8 Robos, and then again, like there's some expert strats that didn't really get covered here, but I think there's not that many of them where they could probably be covered in individual videos. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed. It probably wasn't as concise as it could have been, but I think I covered at least a lot of like what I look for when I try to do these sections. When it comes to tutorials, at least for me, like I'll see what's supposed to be done, and then I'll start trying to mimic it, and then I'll start failing it in a specific way, and then I'll ask questions about it. So like, if anybody's kind of like trying to go off of this and they're not getting the same results that I am, a lot of times it's just because of like movement, or there's something that you're not really something that you're like kind of missing, or something that I didn't anticipate. And so if you have questions about it, I'd be more than happy to help out. And again, I think the best thing you can do when trying to learn is to join the Classic Mega Discord and ask questions in there, because then you have like dozens of people that have like different degrees of experience running this game, different strats that they've tried, different things they've struggled with that I never struggled with, or vice versa. So I think that's the best thing to do, is to reach out to the community and kind of become part of it. But anyway, thanks everybody for watching. That was fun. I actually enjoyed doing that. Gave me a lot to think about, and yeah, hopefully shortly. I'm not sure exactly when. Probably tomorrow night. I'll try to finish up with the Doc Robos and Wily stages. So, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.